And welcome back, everyone. Oh god, I have to. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our second broadcast of the night. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2024 Europe Open Qualifier. I'm of course Show's Live VIP, and with me I'm joined by these amazing players! !B in the chat to have a look at the bracket. The bracket is massive, it's huge, and there are so many amazing matches that are currently ongoing. We had to pick one. And it was a tough choice. It was a tough choice to make, but we are here. We are here in the round of 64 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn. We have our Swedish Zerg player, the yellow Zerg, representing Team Roddy. It is Fiant. So I quickly try to update. There. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Protoss, the red Protoss player representing himself on Clan Arrows. It is Praetor from Kazakhstan. Here we go. Sorry, I was just quickly updating the text logs or the text file for the round. Let's go. Round of 64. And if you weren't here earlier today, we were covering the Korean qualifier. We covered the Korean Open qualifier. It was a long one. It was a brutal series. The final qualifying match went all the way to the ace match, went all the way to game 5. I do recommend checking out the VOD, as you know, there were smiles, there were tears, there was you know, heartbreak, and of course unfortunately only 3 players could make it through. Likewise, here in this qualifier we have plenty of players available, 64 or just under 64 I believe, and only 3 spots are available. Oh boy. Only enough room for 3 of these players to make it into the closed qualifier. Do wish them all the best of luck. It all starts here in the first round. All does begin here, and this will kind of land and lead towards another player that's lying in wait. We'll get into that momentarily, I'm sure. For now, it is just going to be a standard opener. It's going to be a gate expand and decide, of course, standard opener here out of Praetor. Likewise, Fiant going for a hatch gas pool. Nothing too crazy for the time being. Nothing too wild yet. As we embrace this Zerg versus Protoss. Again, if you want to check out some of the other matches, I believe Wardy is casting, there's Steadfast, I think Zombie Grub as well. I don't know if any of the other casters that were covering the previous tournaments are here. I'm sure they are. You know, for the Korean qualifiers, we also had Rotterdam and Beelmolf, and we had Pig as well. I'm sure some of them, if not all of them, are also here. So again, do check out plenty of the other English streams that are ongoing. And as always, here on the CranKy Ducklings, we're going to be covering every single region. We finished up with Korea earlier. Now we're in Europe. Tomorrow we're going to be covering Asia and then Americas thereafter. So all the regions will be here on the CranKy Ducklings. We'll be bringing you as much content, as much StarCraft as we can. As always, Papi, as always. Papi, ga. Meanwhile, across the map, Stargate opener. Okay, standard opener here at a Praetor, going with the Stargate. We have casted Praetor from time to time, but again, I'm curious how he does fare against someone of the caliber of Fiant. I do want to give Fiant the edge coming into this series, but I'm also excited to see what Praetor has to offer coming into our first round. Now, with the Stargate opener, it should be an Oracle first to get across the map. My apologies, we have a Void Ray opener instead. Okay, Praetor, you have my attention. With a Void Ray opener, the goal is to shut down the Overlord, snipe the Overlords, hunt them down, and deny vision, deny scouting from the Zerg player, the Zerg opponent. And the question becomes, what do we do after the Void Ray? We have options. We can go Glaives, we can go for a 3-way all-in, we can go for Sky Toss, we can go into a standard third base into Blink and +1. We have options. We do have a lot of options here for Praetor, so I'm curious what we embrace after the Void Ray spawns in. For now, Fiant did make a surge of links, is moving out across the map, and will be able to collapse into one of these adepts. Oh, does shade away just in time. Third base is being taken. Void Ray has made it, and now the Void Ray is getting in position to protect the third. Lings they go for the surround, and they get an adept. Not bad. One adept does fall, but just the adept, as the Void Ray is going to be pinned back for now. Third base will maintain itself though. We're going to be able to get up and running. No cancel, no delays on the third, but a kill on the adept, and that will force an extra warp in back at home. Behind this, we have our first Oracle, second Oracle on the way as well. And it looks like we're just, entering a more standard game. As I say that, here we go. We have 2 extra gateways and a Twilight Council. What does this look like? What does this scream? Say it all together. Glaive adepts. Let's go. 4-gate Glaives is the follow-up. Very aggressive here at a Praetor. And if Fiant cuts too many corners. If he's too greedy, he can be caught off guard, and we can just wreak havoc with the devs. Meanwhile, the first Oracle gets across the map, takes a lot of damage, takes a lot of hits. Only getting one drone. One drone for the Oracle so far. Meanwhile, we have a safety Roach Warren thankfully on the way. It's already done here for Fiant, so we have the tools to defend. We have Lings, we have access to Roaches, we have access to Queens. We have the tools to defend as long as we don't drone up too much. Meanwhile, this is not Glaives, this is going to be Blink. Okay, I'm curious. This could be the beginning of a 3-base all-in. The reason why I say this is because there's no Forge. There's no Forge, there's no +1, there's no upgrades available for Praetor, so I'm leaning towards a Gateway Explosion, but we'll see. The other thing, because there's no Forge, there's no +1, there's no longevity with this army, and yep, there we go. 2 more gates on the way. That is a 6-gate setup. I'm waiting for more. I'm expecting 2 more gateways here, and that will confirm the all-in. Okay, we're going for a later Forge timing. Interesting. The upgrade is going to be quite delayed, but what does this mean? This means that Praetor can be more active sooner. Can be much more active, much more aggressive sooner rather than later. There we go, Robo's on the way. This tells us that we're probably going to be taking. Yep, we're taking extra gases. So this is coming across as just a really, I guess, safe opener is the best way of putting it. If Praetor was up against something like a 3-base all-in, then he would have Blink in time to defend and to keep up with the Roach production of his opponents. Fiant back at home is taking up and not just working with Roaches, but working with a Spire. Let's go. We have a Spire hidden behind the main base. So far unscattered so far, but here come the Oracles, and they are primed to scout the tech. Big moves here by Praetor as he is going to be diving in and looking at our vision. Oh, we do scout, we do confirm, we get eyes on the Spire, we see everything. And do we force a cancel or do we commit to the Spire tech? Now, Fiant has to make a choice. At the same time, Void Ray, ooh, getting quite a bit of damage done on the hatchery. Oh, down to half HP. Aye, aye, aye. And that is a second Stargate. We're taking some really weird turns here. Yeah, this is interesting. So we went up to 6 gates. If you remember, 6-gate Blink with now +1 on the horizon. Usually because, like, Blink is done. We've rushed into Blink and we're not making use of it. That's why I said before that this feels like a very safe opener meant to hard counter like a 3-base all-in. Unfortunately, this means that sure, we rush into Blink, but we're not really making use of it. We're not really being too active. We're not being up in the face of our opponent with our Blink Stalkers. Meanwhile, behind this, upon seeing the Mutas, I guess that as a response, Phoenix's second Stargate, and we're just going to be producing Phoenixes. We have the ability to just double down into Phoenix production to shut down those Mutas. Likewise, second Forge for +1 armor. Arm moving out across the map. Drones already get picked off already. Oh, getting 3, getting 4. 4 workers will fall. Pretty good damage so far. The Stalker aggression that I would like to have seen earlier is finally here, and we get caught out by the Lings. We force the recall. We have to back off. Mutas are revealed, but we have Phoenixes. But now we do destroy the Mutas at the same time. Fiant going for the 4th. And Praetor is out of position. We're not where we need to be. Workers are going down, and we can get the base. It's going to be 13, 14 probe kills, and the Nexus is going to fall. Praetor rotating over, trying to keep up with the Stalkers, but last says no saving the 4th. Not anymore. It goes down. At the same time, Mutas are trying to harass, and we haven't gotten too much done with the Mutas. It did force a big reaction. More importantly, I think the Mutas, they distracted Praetor, right? Like, the Stalkers and the Phoenixes were busy at the natural, and that's why Fiant was able to get a kill on a base. And now Fiant, he's in the driver's seat. He's in control of this game. We're looking to collapse on top of this 3rd base. Fiant behind this on 4-base economy, getting a 5th. There's only 1 shield battery. Very little stack defense. The overcharge is going to be popped. Ooh, the Biles connect. We break through the first line of Stalkers. And we may be able to hold the line a little bit longer here, but the overcharge is about to run out. And the Roach Ravager, we're breaking through. Breaking through. More Lings, more Roaches flooding across the map. And Praetor, he's in trouble. He's hurting quite a bit here. Vials are going to be connecting, going for the Artosis pylon. We depower everything at the 3rd base. And Fiant will knock down the 3rd. And he will shut it down. I mean, sure, we have Phoenixes, and sure, we cleaned up all the Mutas, but what about the ground army? That's what was lacking. And not just that, but of course, the initial being caught out of position. 3rd base is going to fall. And Fiant, he's snowballing out of control here. Praetor just doesn't have enough. Desperately warping in Stalker after Stalker. We're trying to build up, trying to catch up. But GG gets called, and Fiant takes game number 1. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. A wild game here, very back and forth, and there was a lot of teching up as well. It was an interesting game. When it comes to Praetor and his build was an interesting one. Again, winding it back, it did feel like a very, I guess, safe build, and unfortunately, we have to be. It feels like we have to be a little bit more fluid with it, just because, yo, if we're going to be working with fast blink, we have to be active on the map. We have to be denying creep. We have to be threatening bases. Likewise, supporting that army with our oracles to make sure we can avoid that surround, the collapse that we saw earlier when the stalkers did move out. That's the purpose, the dual purpose of those oracles is to support those stalkers. Likewise, we did commit quite hard to try to counteract the mutas. Usually we can, if we have a Stargate, we can start Phoenix production. We get up to like 3 Phoenixes and we can stay there. And if your opponent commits the muta, then it justifies second Stargate and mass Phoenix, right? Like then you can justify that investment. Alas, it was only 8 mutas, and then we just hard switch into mass Ling Roach Ravager, and yeah, Praetor was caught with his pants down a little bit there. Maybe overreacting a little bit to the initial Spire play, which did pull him apart, and now we're getting into our next game. We're getting into game number 2 here, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkyone, we have our Swedish Zerg player, the Yellow Zerg, representing Team Roddy. Leading the series 1-0, it is Fiant. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Teal Protoss from the land of Kazakhstan, representing Clan Arrows, it is a Praetor. Here we go. And we'll see kind of how we open up here. I mean, we're loading into Alkyone. What I will say, kind of winding it back a little bit, I mean, there was so much going on and so much to go over. Opening up safely on a map like Oceanborn makes sense just because Oceanborn is so prone to 3-base all-in, so I don't fault Praetor for that. But here on a map like Alkyone, we can afford to cut some more corners and not be as safe. Just because this map is known for longer macro games, or so many more bases to be taken, they're so safe and secure as well. I feel like Praetor should be a little bit more comfortable on a map as large as Alkyone, and we should be able to get into a more comfortable back and forth between our players. I want to believe. Do want to believe. But now Fiant is going hatch gas pull, standard opener out of our Yellow Zerg player. Meanwhile, Praetor going for the gate expand into Cybercore, which is settling on down, easing into our builds. And we'll see where this takes us. I'm curious if we go for another Void Ray opener. Now, what I would love to see is another Stargate into Void Ray, and then we deviate from there. Make it look like the same build, and then try to catch your opponent off guard. Right, as opposed to seeing another fast blink opener, we could see Glaives, we could see Skytoss, we could see a standard game, so a Forge and Twilight Council, without a big investment into gateways early on. Like, there are other ways to approach this, but I like the idea of making it look like the same build 2 games in a row, and then you just like hard switch and try to catch your opponent off guard. Keep them guessing, that sort of thing. Classic was always really good at that, especially last year, like October, November, December of 2023. Classic was very fond of Void Ray openers, and he went for Void Ray openers every single game. But every game, he'd do something different. Every game, he would just deviate, and again, just make it so much more difficult for the Zerg player to read. Nowadays, you know, it's kind of fallen off going for Void Rays every single game, but it did work back then, and we'll see what we embrace this time. Once again, another Stargate. Once again, the Stargate is thrown down next to the gas geyser, further back in the main instead of closer to the edge. And we'll see if it's for another Void Ray, and it is. So far, so good. So I'm liking this start here from Praetor, and I'm curious as to what we go for this time. I'm not going to be as fond for the same build. I already did mention that Alkyone is kind of prone for longer games, and I don't think it's as necessary, or as necessary to open up safely and rush into blink anywhere as quickly and delay upgrades. You can cut more corners. As the Void Ray has arrived, we're going to be knocking down that Overlord. Overlord is going to fall. Third base being thrown down. So far, so good. Lings, they will not delay the expansion. They attempt to. They did dip in, but will be forced out. And we see back at home Fian just droning up, but producing more queens, trying to keep up with the movement of the would-be oracles as well. This first oracle is on the way. And we should soon be seeing our follow-up tech of choice. Should soon be on the horizon here, second oracle, and there it is. Once again, a fast Twilight Council. Now, I said earlier, if you remember in game 1, I was like, oh, it's going to be Glaives. Turned out to be Blink instead. And so far, this does look like the same build. Once again, fast Twilight Council, 2 extra gateways. We have a 4-gate setup. I would like to see Glaives this time, but we'll see if we embrace fast Blink. It could literally just be the same build 2 games in a row. There is that possibility, which I wouldn't be too fond of, but the possibility is there. Meanwhile, you have the Roach Warren on the way. Safety Roach Warren here is finishing up at around the 5-minute mark. There are some players that do enjoy skipping the Roach Warren, and you don't need it against Stargate openers, but because it was a Void Ray first, you want to be safe. And there it is! There's Glaives. So I appreciate this. I think I would have... I was going to say I think I would have liked Glaives in game 1, but because it's Oceanborn, I guess it makes sense. So yeah, here we are. We're embracing Glaives here in game number 2 instead. So once again, the opener looked the same, but the follow-up is quite different. Now, thankfully for Fiant, didn't skip the Roach Warren. Roach Warren is already done. Fiant is more or less somewhat prepared for this. I mean, he still hasn't made any roaches. He's being quite greedy. He's joining up to 3-way saturation, and hopefully he does invest into a safety amount of roaches. Oracles have arrived. They do get 2 worker kills. Meanwhile, Fiant has controlled the Zonaga, so he will have a bit of a heads up. Oh, that's a kill! Uh-oh. That's a kill, not a cancel on the hatchery. Fiant slipping up a little bit here. And I'm concerned because Fiant is going to be reinvesting, and that's going to be resources he does not have to defend and to make roaches. Here come the Adepts. Adepts are moving out across the map. Zonaga no longer in control of Fiant. He does spot the Adepts just barely.
Has been depleted.
He does spot them. We have 9 roaches in production. And how much damage can Praetor get done? Let's go. The Adepts, they have arrived. They're shading on forward. So far, we have walled up, but the Adepts, they get in. They bust into the natural base. Roaches, they have arrived just in time. But can we minimize losses? 1 queen goes down. Drones are getting targeted somewhat. There we go. A couple of workers are going down. Adepts, they shade back. They get into the main. Likewise, Adepts in towards the 3rd. And drones are falling. Drones are falling left and right. Damage is being done. Oracles are coming in. Likewise, we have more Adepts reinforcing. And so far, so good. It's been 12, 13, almost 14 drone kills. As a reminder, we also killed the 4th base earlier, and we're still not done. We still have Adepts. Still up and running. Oracles. Oof, 1 Oracle does fall. We get 16 worker kills so far. And we're not going to get any more, at least not here at the natural. We have maybe 1 more shade in us. Towards the 3rd. Oh! No, we don't get any more. We don't get any more workers. Barely. There we go. 1 more drone goes down. 17. And with that, Praetor now has the economic lead. This has been good enough. And now here comes the follow-up, +1 and Blink. Let's go. We've dealt enough damage. We've tripled the economy of Fiant. And now Praetor can get ready for his follow-up for those Blink Stalkers. Stalkers already moving out. How many Oracles do we have? 1. That's a little bit dangerous. This 1 Oracle is designed to keep the Stalkers safe. As more Stalkers are reinforcing. Blink not quite finished. Without Blink, pushing onto creep is a risky thing to do. Fiant will spot the Stalkers, and he can trap them. Uh-oh. There's no way out. And Praetor, he is going to be pounced upon. Will be able to kite away. But bleeds out a lot of these Stalkers. Oh, the Void Ray. The Void Ray gets wild. Fiant's pulling back. Takes down the pylon. These Stalkers are out of position. And what do we have at home to defend? No shield batteries, no cannon. Praetor, he's not ready for this. He's woefully underprepared and was not making any mortals defensively either. Just pure Stalker. Blink is now done. The army across the map. We're going to kill the hatchery, but the hatchery doesn't matter. We're all in. We are all in nonetheless. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, Praetor, the supply across the map, it's just not doing enough. Not doing anything. Kills the base. Meanwhile, we knock down every single worker at the 3rd. And we could keep pushing. Third base has fallen. Rotate over towards the natural. Natural base under threat. Wilds will not quite get the pylon. But all we have to do is contain. From here, Fiant can drone. He can drone, he can expand. Fiant is not doing that though. Well, he's doubling down. He's going to be doubling down. Cybercore under fire. And we are going to get it. The Cybercore, the gateways. And we're just keeping the Lings in the back line, waiting for the opportune moment. And here we go. Now we're breaking through, and there's no shield batteries. No. And no shield battery set up. No cannons either. There's just limited room here to micro back. And Fiant, it looks like he has done it. He's breaking through the front lines. I mean, he already did earlier at the third, but now the natural is compromised. GG, well played. Good luck in the next round. And Fiant will take the series at 2-0. GG. Let's go. GG, well played. Congratulations. Fiant will take this series. We'll take the series 2-0 and advance on. My condolences to Praetor. Again, he did have some different variations of build here, and he did kill a lot of workers. He was quite successful with his adept aggression. The problem was the follow-up. It was unfortunate that he got caught on the map without blink. If you remember his stalkers, we were halfway through producing upgrading blink, and we were caught out in the center of the map. We were cornered, and we bled out too many stalkers. We were forced into like a pseudo base trade. Likewise, there was no immortal production, there were no shield batteries, there were no cannons. We were not ready at the third base at all for a push. You saw that the cannons and shield batteries were thrown down as the push was coming up the ramp, because again, we just were not ready. We were not anticipating any kind of big counter attack there. So yeah, Praetor, he was a little bit in the dark as to what Fiant was up to. With that, GG, well played. Fiant will advance on, and we can take this moment to have a look at the brackets. I believe there's an opponent ready and waiting for us. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Let us go. One moment. And bam! There we go. We have our bracket. Okay, let's refresh, and from the top. It's quite a large bracket. There's a lot to go over, but I believe a lot of the first rounds are still underway. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I just need to quickly message some people. Make sure I don't get left behind. But Showtime's up against Wing It in the round of 32, currently mid-series. Speaking of, I should also update my matches as well. Beautiful. Scrolling down, we have Replicant 2. Well, wait. Hold up. The hell just happened? Replicant takes down Nickrak 2-0. That's a big win for Replicant. That's very impressive. Nickrak has been on fire as of late, and I would have said Nickrak would have been favored to at least make it to the round 16 to face up against Showtime. Nickrak was the favorite player against both Replicant and Milky Cow, but a 2-0 win is a massive result and a big upset. Replicant, of course, I believe a fellow Terran player. I believe the three of these players are Terran. Replicant now up against Milky Cow in the next round. I would say on paper Milky Cow is favored, but with Replicant 2-0ing Nickrak, anything can happen. Like, that's a wild result. Yeah, I'm a little bit caught off guard. Scrolling down, we have our next series. You can see here Fiant. Fiant took down Praetor, and now Fiant is up against Bly in a ZVZ, a bit of a clash of generations. Fiant, you know, being the young up-and-comer who's a teenager, and then you've got Bly, who's been around since the inception of StarCraft. Bly's been around for a very, very long time. And he's like pseudo-retired. Like, he shows up every qualifier. Like, if there's ever a qualifier for DreamHack or a qualifier for an event as big as this, he's there. Otherwise, he's gone. Like, he doesn't play in like EPT, like Open Cups, really. Like, he's not a very active player. So it's hard to judge because of his inactivity. It's hard to judge the skill level of Bly at the moment, right? Like, is he in form? Is he not? Does he need to be informed to like cheese out his opponent? Probably not. Probably. So I look forward to it. I do look forward to this clash of styles and clash of generations. Bly, who I think is like 3 fiance old or something like that. It's Scrolling down, we do have a PvP, a Hydra up against Gung Fu Banda. Hydra was able to take down Data 2-0. Best of luck in that PvP. So we're going to be having a ZVP in the round of 16. Fiant versus Bly into either Hydra or Gung Fu Banda. That is our portion. And then we go up towards the top half of the bracket, going up against, you know, either Showtime, Replicant, Milky Cow, or Wing It. Showtime is favored up here. He is the favorite player, but upsets can happen, and I'm sure they will. Throughout this bracket. Scrolling down, we have some other updates. Sort of just took down Guitar King 2-0. Sort of is now up against Wayne in a ZVZ. Wish him the best of luck. Likewise, scrolling down, we have Middle VK versus Geralt in the PvP. Is going to lead into a PvZ in the round of 16 as well. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have Young Yakov leading into Nikic. Let's go. Young Yakov currently up against Trunks. Best of luck. I'm unfamiliar with Trunks, so I would favor Young Yakov versus Nikic there in a ZVZ. Scrolling down, we have Exo Striker, we have Nied, we have a Laser as well. A Laser is one of the big names in the tournament. I mean, Showtime is up here towards the north, towards the upper half. Meanwhile, towards the lower half, we have a Laser instead. Not just a Laser. Wait. My apologies. A Laser is in the same half as Showtime. A Laser and Showtime, they're in the same half of the bracket. Now we have the second half of the bracket. We have Skillus. Skillus is the big name to keep an eye on here, as he's one of the best Protoss players in Europe, and he's been on fire as of late. Skillus up against Psionic. Ooh, Psionic took down Rostock. Impressive. We have Urstri versus Spats. We have Goblin versus Art. Shameless versus Cristiano. Mana versus Moja. DNS versus Baby Marine or Figaro. We got Strange. We got Ubu Thermal. We got Lambo and Blood Milan. Oh, beautiful. A lot of high caliber players all over the place. In the lower half of the bracket, I mean, it's still quite competitive. I would favor Lambo to make a deep run, and maybe Lambo versus Skillus. But at the same time, you got big hitters like Mana, you got DNS as well, you got Strange, you got Cristiano, you got Geralt, you got Spats. Oh, sorry, Geralt on the upper half. But you got a lot of players that can contest against these guys. Against the favored players of Mana, sorry, of Lambo and Skillus. So a lot of these players are quite competitive, and yeah, we'll see if some of the favored players can be knocked down. Wish them all the best. Meanwhile, we have our next series. We have our vetoes done, and up next we have a ZVZ between Fiant and Bly. Let's jump on in. Let's jump on in. Sun's catching up in the chat. Wow, I swear you always pick all of my friends to cast. You're so based. Este el rimbo, papi. Let's go. I mean, I just want to cover the good players, papi. What do you mean? What do you? That's all I'm doing. Kappa. But here we go. Sporting in the top right-hand corner of Alkione, we have our yellow Zerg player representing Team Roddy. It is Fiant. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Ukrainian Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing himself. He's on fire. He is Bly. Shout out to Praetor. I see him in the chat. I went Blink first game because I forgot where. Oh, okay. I see. Now I understand a little bit more. But a shout out to Praetor again, thank you so much for competing here tonight. And I wish you the best of luck in your future endeavors, in your future tournaments, in the future EPTs, and other open cups as well. Look forward to seeing more of you, definitely. Last I see in the chat. Yo, I see Senor Dave. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? No Lambo. Oh, very good to point out, actually. Yeah, sorry, not No Lambo. No Hearthstone. Yeah, Hearthstone is suspiciously absent. I wouldn't say that Hearthstone is a favored player to make it out necessarily, but definitely one to contest against him, right? Like, even though my eyes are on like Showtime, Skillus, Alazer, and Lambo. Coming into this, those are the top 4 that I was looking at. Despite that, I do think that like a player like Hearthstone can definitely threaten them and definitely have a chance to make it into the close qualifier. So yeah, he is suspiciously absent. I think he's I could be mistaken, I think he's the only like bigger name that's missing. And I'm sure for good reason, you know, maybe it's just, you know, otherwise busy with other IRL commitments. But yeah, if there's any other like big missing players, then point them out, because that's the biggest one that comes to mind is Hearthstone. When it comes to some of the other players, I may have missed Battle B. I don't think I saw Battle B in the bracket. I might have glossed over him, but yeah, he's another one that's not here, which is interesting because he's a good player. Regardless, we're settling in. Oh, Eva! I think Eva's too young. Eva's too young to compete. Unfortunately, we're doing great to have seen him. Eva, hurry up and get older. Shaking my head. God damn. Meanwhile, we're settling in. It's going to be a Hatchcast 4 into a third. Meanwhile, Bly is staying on 2 bases. The Ling does slip in, but is going to be denied. The Ling is going to be shut down. Regardless, Fiant is aware of the lack of third base. Alas, he has not confirmed the main as Alaire is in production. You can see that Bly, I believe he has skip link speed. Yes, we have skip link speed, and we're just focusing on our 2-base Roach play. Now, this can lead into something crazy like Mutas. I apologize, I didn't even get to talk about the players. If you're a new viewer, if you're maybe a newer fan of StarCraft, then maybe you're unfamiliar with Bly. He's an animal. He's an animal, he's crazy. He's a very aggressive Zerg player and has been around for a very long time. Known for his unorthodox styles, known for his cheese, and known for his aggression. And I'm curious if he has anything spicy ready for us. Meanwhile, in the top right-hand corner, it is just going to be a standard Hatchcast pull into a third base, into a Baneliness as well, into Ling Bane initially. Fiant still trying to piece this all together. So there's a bit of a give and take going on here. Fiant is investing gas into a Baneliness, into Ling speed, so technically Bly will have more gas for Roach production, and it looks like it is going to be Roaches. We have +1 range on the way. We are taking all 4 gases, but it looks like we have not gone for anything crazy like a Spire or anything crazy like a Hydra Den. Roach Warren is researching, and these Lings from Fiant will be able to confirm that. We'll be able to confirm the researching Roach Warren. As they do dip in, they do get eyes on the building that's jiggling. Tis wiggling and jiggling here, and does confirm that it's researching, so we're fully aware. Meanwhile, back at home, Roach Warren +1 range on the way as well. Fiant embracing Roaches on his own side. And of course, because of Fiant's third, he will have the better economy. He's going to have more production available. He's going to have better economy overall, and a stronger lead into a longer game, into the mid game. But we're not getting into the mid game because what do we see? A Nidus Worm. Let's go. So it's going to be a 2-base all-in. Just because we saw 2-base Roach doesn't mean it had to be an all-in. This can lead into a third where you can like slowly branch out and expand and take a third base. You can see Fiant gets eyes on a would-be third, so that's a good sign for Fiant, telling him that it's going to be a longer game, but it's misinformation, as Bly is doubling down and just making nothing but Roaches. He's just making mass Roach. Nidus Worm is about to finish up. Meanwhile, across the map, we do have Overlord set up outside the bases. There we go. Nidus Worm right outside the natural. And the Overseer Scout may be a little bit too late. We're going into the main first. We're not going to see the Nidus. Not yet. We're in the dark. We're in the dark in the Nidus Worm. It's going to finish. And what do we have at home to defend? We have 8 Roaches. Uh-oh. Yeah, the Roach count is still looking quite low. Nidus Worm does finish. Overseer is going to confirm. But now the Roaches, they have arrived. They're knocking down that front door. Fiant, he's got 13 Roaches on the way. He has to buy time. Desperately has to buy some time. But alas, the Roaches are already here. They're already at the third base. Roaches are falling. Bly coming together with the rest of his queens, with the rest of his Roaches. Sorry, Fiant doing a great job here at buying time and preserving his own Roaches. Nidus Worm is gonna survive. We have reinforcements on the way. The boys are being pulled. And is this gonna be enough? The boys are here. And they will hope we can afford to lose some workers as we bleed out 8 drones. Nidus Worm does finish up behind the army, but Fiant, it looks like he will hold. Oh, he's going to shut down the Nidus. I mean, I say that. Another Nidus into the main base. Bly just all over this. Is being forced back. There's still Roaches in the Nidus. And thankfully, Fiant doesn't chase us across the map. But he's not ready in the main. He's not ready in the main base. We break on through once again. There's no queens, there's no army in position. More drones falling. And behind this, Bly is not droning. He's expanding, but he's not droning up. He's still making more roaches going into Tunneling Claws. Burrow and Tunneling Claws on the way, and this may just be a numbers game at this point. Bly is outproducing his opponent. And he's getting out of hand. He's getting out of control. Breaking on through into the main. Roaches falling left and right. Another Nidus Swarm as we leapfrog forward. Queens arriving as well. They can transfuse. They can add support. And GG as Bly does get out of hand, and we'll take game number 1. Whew. GG. Again, it took a little bit too long for Fiant to get a read on this. If he had, I'm sure Fiant would have been a lot more vigilant for Nidus Worms and would have been on the lookout for them. And hey, if he's able to knock down the first, the second Nidus Worm, or even just one Nidus Worm, delay the push, wait for more roaches, then suddenly a much cleaner hold for Fiant. But alas, was not meant to be, and Fiant just didn't get a read on what was going on until the Nidus Worm had already popped up. And we saw that Fiant just needed a couple more seconds, he needed a little bit more time, and then he would have had a comparable army. GG, well played. And we are getting into game number 2. Game number 2, and this is kind of what we expect out of Bly. It's hard though, just because you don't want to get too into your own head when you play against Bly, because sure, you can be relying on the fact that he's probably going to be aggressive, he's probably going to all-in me, but there's so much available here to Bly, right? Like, we could see, I don't know, some kind of like German taxi variation, could see a Ling Flood, could see Bane Bust, we could see Muta play. There's a lot available here. So loading into game 2 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Post Youth, we have our Swedish Zerg player, the yellow Zerg, representing Team Roddy. Down in the series, looking to bounce back, it is Fiant. And he's not droning. In the top right-hand corner, he's going for a 12 full Bappy. He is not making any workers. Oh, now he is. But the initial 12 full opener, it is going to be the orange Zerg player from land of Ukraine. He's on fire. He's leading the series 1-0. It is Bly. Let's go. As a reminder, I believe Post Youth is the shortest rush distance map in the map pool. I believe shorter than Ghost River by 1 second, if I'm not mistaken. So something like a 12 full does make a lot of sense on this map. I'm curious if this is going to be a 12 full drone pool. I'm curious. We have seen builds like this from Rex. If you remember in WTL, Rex did a 12 pool drone pool against Raynor, and specifically on this map, he was able to mine through these mineral patches. Raynor missed it. Raynor, he walled up the ramp and he got caught off guard. The army busted on through and we ended up in just a really crazy base trade. Raynor, he barely survived. We can see, no drone pool. We're taking our expansion. We are going to be expanding instead, so it's going to be a 12 pool initially, but behind this, we're droning. Okay. So a bit of an aggressive build from Bly. And we'll see how this works. We'll see how this pays off. The downside of doing a 12 pool on this map is the fact that your natural is all more secure, right? Like, it's further back, it's right next to your main base, it's easier to defend. I mean, talking about the natural, really the Link should be headed for the main. And we'll see how well Fiant can defend. As Lings have arrived, they were spotted by the Overlords. So far, so good. We haven't lost any drones. Oh my god. As we surround one of those Lings, we barely do pull back as well, not losing any workers so far. Spawning pool is done, Lings are on the way, Queens as well, and Fiant is holding, is defending. And trading quite well, actually. Oh my god, the drone drilling. We bleed off one worker. But now that the Lings have arrived, yeah, we're going to shut this down. We will defend, we will clean this up. Oh, reinforcements have arrived though, and we do see Fiant overextending a little bit. He gets surrounded. Oh, bleeds off a second drone. And is going to bleed off a third drone as well. Bly doing well, getting 3 worker kills. Does harass the natural, zoning away those drones. Now, thankfully, Fiant can recover by prioritizing the gold minerals. You know, we can just main out over, we can prioritize the gold minerals, and we can recover. Meanwhile, across the map, Bly likewise doing something similar as Bly is droning. Bly is going to be droning up, and now we enter the follow-up here. And what's important is, of course, Bly has no gas, has no gases with a 12 pools. We were playing gasless. This does lend towards 2-base Roach play. This could also lean towards Muta play as well. We'll see what we go for. Once the Lings are shut down, but we do save the Overlord. We gave our lives for it. We do save it, and we're making more Lings. Fiant? Fiant, he is flooding Lings across the map. Can we save the Overlord? It looks like we cannot. Overlord goes down. We do supply block Fiant. Brutal supply block. Gases are being taken 2 at a time. Because of our spawning pool position, like, we have already started working on the wall. Yeah, the Queens are getting in position. Evo Chamber as well. We're walling up. Likewise, Fiant also droning. Did invest into quite an amount of Lings, but we'll see what we can get done with them. We can maybe get a Queen. We will get a Queen. Not bad. It's a high energy Queen as well. And behind this, we do have a Transfuse, so yeah, we can't quite break into the main. But I'm curious as to what is being, or what this gas is being spent on. We've prioritized all 4 gas guys just so we can rush into a lair. Oh, +1 melee's on the way. A macro hatch as well. So Bly is looking to Ling Flood, but with all this gas, this looks like a Ling Flood and this looks like Muta play. This screams Spire. I say screams Spire. I mean, there's a chance that we could maybe go into like Hydras, into like Lurkers or something crazy like that. Like sure, I guess we could take it a different direction. Regardless, very tech heavy. Very tech heavy here, and okay, we're going for a Roach Warren. Lings will confirm this. The Overlord as well. We have spotted the Roach Warren. Now, is Bly's brain big enough to like throw this down just to reveal it? and then we go for like a different turn. Right? Because going +1 melee but investing into a Roach Warren feels weird to me. It could just be a safety Roach Warren just in case. Meanwhile, Fiant going for the gold. Let's go. How do we recover? With the gold base. Immediately we have the Maynard. We do fully saturate the gold. But last Lings are amassing. Remember, we're Ling flooding with +1 melee. There is now done. And there we go. I was like, show us the tech. What are we using the lair for? The Spire. So it is going to be Muta play. We're making a handful of roaches. Again, I imagine this is just for show. I imagine this is just, well, actually, if we finish up roach speed, it could just be mutas for map control. It could just be like 4 to 6 mutas just for map control. And we just double down on a ground army. I'm curious. Meanwhile, are going to be expanding, taking our 3rd. The roaches are spotted. Fiant making his own as a response, just to be safe, just to be secure. Jesus, that's 22 Lings on the way. That's a lot of Lings, Pappy. That's a lot of Lings. Let's go. We are massing up quite an amount of Lings here. And Fiant, he skipped the Bailey Nest. No, he didn't. Never mind. I just made an assumption there, but we do have Bailings available to defend. That can help quite a lot against this. Once we realize what's going on, Lings have arrived. Roaches are pulling back. And we do see Bly going for the surround and catching out some of these roaches. The roaches, they do get caught out. But we do at least keep the gold base alive. Like, the gold base is still safe and sound. Spine crawlers on the way. Those +1 melee Lings, they don't play, Pappy. They don't play. Oh, and they're going to be catching reinforcements. The wall is not a wall, Lings. They flood into the main base. They catch the Queens. At the same time, the main armies are going to be clashing. But Bly's got Lings to buffer. Fiant, though, with a higher roach count, does take a better trade. Rotates over. That's going to be 11 mutas on the way. 11 mutas with +1 air attack as well. Yeah, we're committing to the mutas. They have arrived. And the mutas are going to shut down the roaches at the same time across the map. Another Queen falls. We have limited anti-air. How many Queens do we have? 0. Fiant has 0 Queens. Hydrogen's in production. We need to get damage done. We need to ignore this army and head into the main. And we will break through. Queen's gonna be targeted. They transfuse just to buy some time. Roach is into the mineral lines. We need to get damage done. We need some economic damage. We need the drones. And we will get them. We'll get some at least. Yeah, drones are going down. No saturation at the third. We get 12 worker kills and we keep going. Up. 13 drone kills. We are being forced back. That's a good amount of damage. Bly is down to 35 workers. Fiant does have the economic lead. And you know what? The Hydragen's done. Hydras are on the way. We're massing Hydras as we speak. Queens alongside them. We still have the economic advantage. It isn't just the fact that Fiant is on a higher drone count, he's also got the gold. Like, this gold, like, it just boosts his economy by so much. Oh, Roach is pushing forward. They're getting on top of the Hydras. The Hydras are exposed. The Hydras go down. Spanklaw are doing what they can, but do we have any more Hydras? The answer is no. We have 3 Hydras. That's not going to be enough. The gold base, it's going to be shut down. The Killer Instinct by Bly. Focusing down every single Hydra. I was hoping we would have enough to hold on. And we might be able to hold the main, but we lost 11 drones. Now suddenly the economies are comparable. We're still flooding more lings. Yeah, GG gets called. Bly, too much momentum on his side. He breaks the gold and he breaks his opponent. And Bly will take the series 2-0. GG. He still got it. GG, well played. Congratulations. Bly will take the series here. Again, Bly is not the most active of players, but he's hyper aggressive, and ZVZ has changed, I would say, the least over the years. Like, the meta has shifted definitely with a lot of the other matchups, especially on some of these other maps. But yeah, Bly looking powerful here, and GG. Congratulations. Congratulations. He does take the series, advancing on to the next round. My condolences to Fiant. Again, got a soft place in my heart for Fiant. He's a great player. He's an up-and-comer. He has a lot of potential as a player as well. But does meet its end here at the hands of Bly. But, like, anyone can go down to Bly. Like, there's no shame in falling to Bly. He does pose a threat to all players out there. And, yeah, with that, Bly will come out on top and advance on into the round of 16. And the question becomes, do we have an opponent? Do we have any up? What's happening? No shot. Okay, we have updates. we have updates, man. We have updates. We have updates here from the top. We'll work our way down from the very top. Let's go over some of this. We do have Showtime takes down Wing at 2-0. To be expected. Again, Showtime's the heavy favorite. Waiting for the winner of Replicant and Milky Cow in the round 16. Scrolling down, we have Bly advancing on to round 16, facing off against the winner of Kung Fu Bandit and Hydra. We will jump on that. Just quickly checking here. I'll message some players. And figure out what's going on. But yeah, it looks like they're mid-series, but I see them out of game. So I'm a little bit confused. A little bit confused. Scrolling down, we have Wayne versus Sort of in a ZVZ when it goes up against Geralt in the next round. So Geralt is waiting in the round 16. Took down Middle VK. Scrolling on down, we do have Young Yakov. Young Yakov up against Ninkish, still mid-series. Extra Striker still up against a Laser as well. Again, so far nothing too crazy, but this is the series that I was looking at. This is the series where I reloaded the bracket, and then I saw this. I was like, no shot. This is crazy. Psionic, he PvPs the hell out of Skillus. That's crazy. That's wild. Yeah, 2-0, Psionic advances on, and Skillus is out of the qualifier, unless there was a misreport, which I don't think there was. Like, that is a wild result, and we have some more wild results coming in. Oh my god. Some more results coming in here. Scrolling down, we have Aristory versus Spats. They are currently, no, I apologize, I was gonna say mid-series. Spats just took down Aristory 2-0. Spats can make a deep run. I favor him against Psionic. Crazy. Spats takes down Aristry. Scrolling down, we have Goblin taking down R2-0, waiting for his opponents, either Shameless or Cristiano, in the round of 16 for a PvP. Mana versus Moja. Moja, he got a lot of fans. He got a lot of fans during Home Story Cup. I'm one of them. And Moja even, has taken down Mana 2-0. Mana is also eliminated from the tournament. Moja advances on instead. For those who don't know, he is a German Terran player. He was playing in this most recent Home Story Cup. We did cast quite a lot of his games as we were the B stream for Home Story Cup. And he was looking damn impressive. He was looking scary at Home Story Cup. It was wild. More of an unknown ladder hero, and he very rarely competes in these big events, but yeah, maybe he's looking to embrace it a little bit more. Scoring down, Baby Marine versus DNS mid-series. We have Strange versus Euthermal, and we have Lambo waiting for either Strange or Euthermal as well. So some crazy results here. Mana's out, Skillus is out. Those are some of the big upsets that are occurring. Of course, Fiance got knocked out as well, and yeah, just wild games. Wild games. And it looks like we have an update. It looks like I believe Hydra and Gung Fu Panda have completed their series. What if I refresh? Have they reported their score? Ooh, not yet, not yet. So I'll try to find some information here, but I think it's Bly versus Gung Fu Panda. I'm only saying that because Hydra's offline. Hydra does seem to be offline, so that is my assumption as to what's going on. Try to figure that out. Until then, tentatively, Bly versus Gung Fu Panda up next. Is going to be coming up next. Can you show Euthermal versus Lambo, please? Euthermal, he's also a wildcard. True. To see some Euthermal fans in the chat. We are focusing on the upper half of the bracket. Usually, when we start the brackets, we kind of follow it. I did stay away. I was tempted. I was very tempted to go over Euthermal and be on Lambo's half of the bracket, but we're also trying to stay split up. What I mean by that is there are some other English caches as well. There's Wardy, there's Zombie Grub, there's Steadfast, and we should all have our own matches. Let's see. Wardy's casting Baby Marine versus DNS. What are the others casting? Steadfast is casting Euthermal versus Strange. Oh, there you go. So Steadfast has Euthermal and Strange, and Zombie Grub has Spats. Oh, she was casting Spats versus Aristry, which is leading into Psionic. So yeah, again, we're doing our best to just split up and spread out and make sure we don't double up, because there are so many series happening all at once. So as a result, we do want to cover as much ground as possible. Cover all the ground. Meanwhile, I guess for now we're going to be going on a short break. Sorry, just catching up. Looks like a Showtime Lambo or Laser qualify now. Maybe. There's a lot of players in the bracket that I can see beating them. As I said before, I do think that Showtime Lambo and the Laser, I do think they're the favorite players, but by no means are they sure things. Like, yo, if Psionic can take down Skillus, like, anything can happen. Like, okay, clearly. But for now, we're going to be going on a short break. Going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will have our next round. See you soon. and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I apologize for the very extended break and the extended delays. I do apologize. We were waiting for players, and it was 30 minutes. We were waiting for a very long time, and unfortunately, Bly versus Gung Fu Panda has yet to begin. But now we're jumping into a ZVZ, into a different matchup in the round 16, and in the bottom right-hand corner, we have Young Yakov for Platinum Heroes. Going for the 12 pool and spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Polish Zerg player for Team Liquid. It is a laser. But again, I do apologize. For those who were here earlier, we were covering Fiant versus Bly, did conclude, and Bly is poised to go up against Gung Fu Panda, but the players were a little bit MIA. We were waiting for half an hour. And as we were waiting, other lobbies came and went, other matches came and went, and we just were waiting for another series, essentially. And this became available. It's a fresh series. Fresh series. We're jumping into game one. I'm more than happy to embrace this, and we'll follow this into some further matches. Hopefully smooth sailings from here. Again, I do apologize for the downtime. Do apologize. I know it's less than ideal as we're pulling the boys. You know what? I just want to cast. That's all I want. I just want to cast some StarCraft. Let's go. 12 full drone pool here out of Young Yakov. We're going to be avoiding the first Overlord. Overlord is moving out towards the right-hand side. Is going to be scouting here towards the right-hand side. And the last, we should be skipping this. We should be able to get across the map. Let's go. Let us go. Alas, the second Overlord will confirm this, and back at home, a laser went for a hatch gas pull, standard opener. We'll see how well he can respond, as he is already getting ready to pre-pull some of these boys. Throws down the Eva chambers, ensuring that no spine crawlers can be thrown down to threaten this spawning pool. There's a cancel on the hatchery. Oh my god, the wall-off is real! Spine crawlers are denied. They're quite heavily delayed here, going to be thrown down towards the right-hand side. But again, these spine crawlers cannot threaten the spine crawl. Sorry, the spawning pool. That's what's important. But Young Yakov does get in. It does force a cancel on the first spine crawler. Oh, the drone drilling is pretty good here from Young Yakov. Oh my god! Does shut down a lot of those drones. Yeah, drones are going down. That's 7 dead workers already. Laser losing far too much. Barely an economy, barely any workers left. Spine crawler is going to finish. Meanwhile, what little is left here, we're down to 5. We're down to 4 drones. GG gets called. Too much damage, and Young Yakov takes game number 1. GG. Let's go. GG, well played. We're getting into game number 2, but already we're popping off. Fun fact, Bly and Gung Fu Panda, they still haven't started. But I think they're starting soon, I think they're starting soon. Regardless, you know, wish them both the best of luck. Wish them the best as we embrace this series, and we may be over, and we may be able to catch them as well before they begin. It's possible. It's possible. I don't know. We'll find out. We will find out. We're getting into game number 2. We have our lobby of choice, so we're going to be loading into Oceanborn. Let's go. There we go. You can hear the beats. We're getting into that second game. We are loading in. And the pressure is now on. We spoke about this earlier. They've already been upsets in this tournament. Skilless has gone down. Mana has gone down. And a lot of people, myself included, assumed that a laser would be one of the favorites to make a deep run here. But now he's down in the series. And he's up against the wall. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, pulling off the 12-pool drone pool, we have a red Zerg player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Young Yakov. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Polish Zerg. We have the Polish Zerg player representing Team Liquid. One more loss, and he is out of the tournament. He's out of the qualifier. It is a laser. And again, the drone drilling of Young Yakov was insane. He was able to get so much DPS on the workers of a laser and able to just cripple the economy, cripple the drone count, and snowball out of control from there. It was a very impressive execution of the 12-pool drone pool. But now we're going for something more standard. We're going for a hatch first. It's going to be a hatch first here out of Young Yakov, hatch first out of a laser as well. We are expanding. We are just taking our natural bases. And it should be a hatch gas pool, just standard opener. We should be able to ease our way into this. Let's go. Let us go. I saw the chat. I started catching up with the chat. Ah, not like this. So yeah, I saw that as well. Side note, Psionic, he won against Spats. I did see that. I did notice that. Psionic, he's popping off today. The PvPs. He took down Psionic and Skillers. He's crazy. Este Psionic. And what's scary is I think he has another Protoss opponent, right? Let me just double check. Yeah, Psionic, he's up against either Goblin or Christiana. Psionic, technically, he could qualify for this tournament for EWC, Esports World Cup, purely off of PvPs. It could happen. Could happen. Assuming he was up against like DNS in a qualifying match. And so now we are just going to be saturating our natural, setting our drone down. And so far, so good. Everything is looking as it should. From here, we should be working towards a third base, towards our Baneling nest as well. We'll see if either one does embrace two-base play. And again, as we've already seen, Young Yakov can be very unpredictable, very aggressive, can be in your face, and we have to respect him. We have to. Go. Here we go. As there's that third base on the horizon, Young Yakov going straight for the hatchery. Likewise, so is the laser. So we are keeping up with each other. Link speed is on the way. Links as well. Should be soon seeing that Bailey nest. So there we go. Bailey nest for laser. Likewise, a Bailey nest for Young Yakov. We are just mirroring each other. So far, so good. A laser does come out on top initially. Oh! Ooh, gets one Ling. Gets two. Very nice control. Two Lings go down. Likewise, Young Yakov also taking a lot of damage across the map. Some rough control here from Young Yakov. A little bit more inefficient. Slipping in for a scout. And he will not get a full scout. We'll confirm the lack of extra gas or anything crazy like that. I believe he does confirm the lack of Lair. Yeah. But of course there shouldn't be one. We are just easing our way in. And that is a fast Roach Warren. Oh my god, a laser! Calm down! That is a hidden Roach Warren behind the main base. We are going into what looks to be a Roach Rush. In towards, I imagine, an all-in. We'll keep an eye on the drone kind of a laser. We'll see when and where he does cut worker production. Ling Scout is denied. The Roach Warren is pretty comparable here for Young Yakov. Ooh, as he does bleed off a Baneling. Roach Warren's on the way. Laser zoning back those overlords. And it looks like a laser's cutting workers at 36. Yeah, we're cutting workers. Overlords are on the way. He's going all in. Nothing but roaches. Nothing but army. There we go. 10 roaches in production for a laser. And Young Yakov is droning. This is the dynamic of ZVZ. If you drone, sometimes you just die. And Young Yakov, he's droning. We need to stop making workers. we need to stop droning soon. As a laser, he is just making nothing but roaches. We'll soon send everything across the map. Young Yakov has droned up to 46. That is 10 more workers than his opponent. Is taking extra gas geyser. Is making defensive roaches, thankfully. And there we go. Spine coolers are on the way. Looks like, yeah, he spots it.
LOL, you can't do that.
He's a diva enjoyer. Of course he is. But spine coolers are on the way. Spine coolers is going to be necessary. Young Yakov, he has to give up. He has to give up on the third base specifically. Does have to retreat. Going to be main-arting over. Amassing roaches. And he has to buy time. Time is on his side. So laser has arrived. Bailing's rolling forward. And so far, Bailing's going to be able to zone away the Bailings of his opponent. Not bad. Lings are flooding in. And the laser does have the Roach lead, just barely. They're getting on top of the army. Looking to knock it down. Spinecrawler will help. Does help support. But we have control of the third base. And Young Yakov, he cannot engage. These drones are going to be forfeits. Gonna try and keep them alive, but last they should all go down. That's a kill on the third. And a laser, he's still massing Lings. Still just massing up Lings. More roaches getting caught out as well. And Young Yakov, he's hurting. Behind this, a laser, he has a third. He's droning up. And Young Yakov, unfortunately, like, his lair is still in the way, so he has no fast roach speed. Roach Warren itself under fire. No upgrades. The laser is looking to run away with this. From here, Laser just has to back off. Just back off, drone up, maybe deny the third base and contain our opponents, but no reason to push in. No reason to force the issue. And how do we bounce back? Spire. Okay, bold move here by young Yakov, but Spire does make a little sense. As, I mean, we have to do something to bounce back. A standard game is not going to cut it. Mutas could allow young Yakov to stabilize if a laser backs off. That's a big if, though. As a laser is going to be just containing his opponents, still making more roaches, now droning up, working towards his own lair. But young Yakov is vulnerable. And the problem is, the roach count for a laser is insane. I mean, he's still got more roaches on the way, and if once the mutas reveal themselves, it's possible the laser may just pull the trigger. He may just send it across the map. We'll see. Link confirms the saturation. A laser up to 52 workers. Getting fully saturated on 3 bases. Hydrogen's already on the way. A laser's already ready for the possibility of mutas. He's getting ready. The mutas should at least force back the roach army. At least. Or make it commit, to be honest. It's one or the other. And the army's already here. Mutas are about to pop out. And then we'll force the decision out of a laser. Yeah, the decision is to commit. Mutas reveal themselves, we have to push in. Better CranKy for young Yakov. The concave of the base is going to barely survive. I say that Lings, they collapse in. They do collapse forward, and that's going to be a cancel on the third. Now, young Yakov will clean this up, and we'll chase this down, but back at home, we're amassing Hydras. And a laser, even though he lost a lot of roaches, even though that was an inefficient fight, and these are some rough losses for a laser, he has no economy to sustain his losses and to maintain himself. We'll see if he can keep up. As young Yakov, he's going for a massive counterattack. Trying to break through, but alas, the Hydras, they do well in the back line. Mutas towards the natural. They catch some drones. 3 drones go down. Not bad. You got 3, now 4, 5, 6. Ooh, almost 7 drone kills. And there's nothing here at the third. Yeah, laser having a hard time keeping up. The mutas are doing well. We even catch a Hydra. And another drone. Oof. For the cost of a muta, only 1 muta going down so far. Behind this, oof. We barely get an overlord. Mutas dancing around. Focusing on our roach production. We have plus on air attack on the way, plus on range. Now, a laser, he still has a solid economy. He's still up to 64 workers. There's still a lot of pressure on young Yakov to get more done with these mutas. Alright, has been okay. Mutas maintaining map control, containing a laser, and young Yakov has a lot of droning to do. We've got a lot of droning to do right now. It's scary though, like if we drone up too much and if a laser decides to push in that moment, then young Yakov will just topple over. So there's a balance or a risk to take. But again, he has to recover economically. Mutas still harassing, being an annoyance. Young Yakov recovering, droning up to 54. An okay drone counts. Still lacking our gas. But young Yakov has a comparable economy and a comparable army. In a head-on fight, I do favor a laser for now, but as the Ravager count gets higher, we can force more micro out of the blue Zerg player. Or depending on the angle of attack, it could be more difficult for a laser to push in without any Ravagers. As we have a lot of Hydras invested here. Again, in a head-on fight, I do favor Roach Ravager more than Roach Hydra. But we'll come down to the engagement itself. I'm loving the addition of these Banelings. The goal here is for the Banelings to get on top of the Hydras. But last, a laser making his own defensive Banelings. If the Banelings, if they can crash into the juicy center of these Hydras, then the Mutas they can support. And that's going to be most of the DPS gone. Oh, but that's so many Banelings, though. We're rolling in. Would you roll forward? Oh, the surround as well. Yeah, Young Yakov, he has to back off. He has to retreat. Bleeds out most of his Banelings. And the Roach Hydra is pushing forward. Young Yakov stoning back the army, pulling away. At the same time, Mutas are coming from behind, but oh, there's a Spore. There's a Spore and there's Queens. Now Young Yakov is on the back foot. Again, the Banelings, they didn't get anywhere near those Hydras. But we have the Concave and the Biles. Oh my god. The Biles, they do connect. With the defensive advantage as well, we can hold. It's still going to be close. Banelings rolling forward, forcing back the army. Reinforcements on the way, and a laser, he does break through. Breaks through the defensive line. Spinecrawler is helping out, but is it going to be enough? It's close. Yeah, still rallying roaches across the map. And a laser has a broken Young Yakov. GG gets called, and a laser ties up the series 1-1. GG. We are going all the way to the ace match, and again, this could still go either way. As a reminder, this is of course single elimination. It's one and done. One final game here between these two players. And again, Young Yakov unfortunately was never able to fully recover and keep up economically with his opponents. Likewise, took a really rough fight. He got almost 360 surrounded when he moved out across the map. It was a brutal moment there for Young Yakov. And I'm curious how we open up here in the ace match. What do we go for? Okay, I was a little bit confused. Some people joined that weren't supposed to join. Suddenly DNS rocked up, and we're like, different series. Like, oh, okay. DNS has got his own match going on. Who's winning? America. The America's qualifier is going to be tomorrow. Tomorrow. We'll get there. Here we go. You can hear the beeps. We're loading into the final game of the series. It all ends here. It all ends on Site Delta. Site Delta is an interesting one. We could open up 2 base on a map like this. Meanwhile, looks like we have another update. Wayne takes down Geralt 2-0, and Wayne is waiting for the winner of this series. It's going to be another ZVZ. We'll follow it. We'll be following that series, or this series, into the next. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Site Delta, we have our red Zerg player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Young Yakov. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Polish Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Team Liquid. It is a laser. Here we go. We're going to be settling in to the final game. It all ends on game 3. And what I was referring to earlier is one of the big features of this map, of course, is the ramp. The ramp coming into the natural, it does mean that you can play 2 base a little bit more effectively on this map. It's more defendable on 2 bases, so if you wanted to stay on 2 bases and invest into roaches and go into a lair and go into mutas or an all-in, it is an option. Otherwise, we could just embrace a much more standard game. As you saw in the previous game, clearly a laser is not unwilling to go for his own aggressive builds. As a reminder, a laser went for a hatch tech, like 36 drone, like Roach Ling all-in, and that's how he was able to break the 3rd base and kill the workers and get ahead economically. After that, we saw Young Yakov go into mutas and try to stabilize, but alas, wasn't quite able to. Young Yakov, he was never able to reach the worker count or the economy of a laser, and unfortunately that did lead into a very committed push from Young Yakov where he got surrounded, right? He got surrounded, he got shut down, and after that it was an uphill battle for Young Yakov. Was uphill. And now we're getting into the ace match. Where does this take us? Where are we going? Where are we headed? Where are we dropping? Overlords are moving out. Hatch gas pool openers. Everything is looking standard. There's no crazy 12 full drone pool or anything like that. It's harder to pull off on a larger map like Side Delta. It's a lot harder to pull off. And so far, no major signs of aggression. Lings are moving out to scout to get a read what's going on. Likewise, Lings also moving out for Young Yakov. And we'll see if either player does head towards a third base. Speaking of, there we go. Third is on the way for Young Yakov. Third is on the way for a laser. We are playing standard. Hash gas pull into a third, into a Baneling nest. That should be kind of the direction that both players are headed in. Should be. There we go, Baneling nest for a laser, Baneling nest for Young Yakov. We're entering the Ling Bane phase of ZVZ. And at any moment, either player could decide to cut workers and invest into a Ling Flood, into Ling Bane aggression. Or we could have more of a gentleman's agreement and just drone up. We could just decide to drone up instead and work towards Roach v Roach. That's also quite possible. We have some Lings on the way, but really both players are making the same amount of Lings, keeping up with each other. Should be seeing some safety Banelings as well once the Baneling nests are done. Oh, and we have our first choice. We have our first sign of aggression. A laser, 10 more Lings. 10 more Lings on the way. A laser is going to be the aggressor. Here we go. Banelings morphing in across the map. And Young Yakov is going to be the defender. Roach Warren's already on the way for Young Yakov. Does spot the Lings, does not spot the Banelings. They are waddling in. They do waddle forward. Likewise, oh no! Banelings from behind. You see Young Yakov having a hard time keeping up. So far, so good. Baits out one of the Banelings. Baits out the other. Young Yakov is barely holding on. Behind this, making a wave of 18 Lings. Ooh, one Baneling does get sniped. Yeah, rough trade there. Likewise, another Baneling was on a move. Uh-oh, and that was all the Banelings. That was all of Young Yakov's Banelings. Getting caught out, massive connection, and we can't afford these losses. We can't afford these mistakes. Ay, ay, ay. Massive Banelings to the face. And the laser behind this, he has a massive worker lead. He's on 47 workers compared to the 32 of a laser. Sorry, the 32 of Young Yakov, I meant to say. And Young Yakov, he's committed. He is committed. We have to make this work here and now. Alas, we have so many defensive Banelings. And we are zoning Young Yakov away. Roach is being produced. Young Yakov is pretty all in at this point. You can see that Young Yakov is squeezing out drones, but like there's no shot that he can afford that. Like this, we're a little bit too far behind to just macro out of this. We have to get damage done. A better trade, catching Lings. Slightly better. It was okay. Gets a Baneling as well. And yeah, Young Yakov is all in. One way or another, the game is about to end. The problem here is that a laser didn't drone up. I mean, he does have a big worker advantage, but I think he can get away with it. We'll see. Yakov breaking into the expansion, getting on top of the Spine Crawler. Spine Crawler is denied. Boys are being pulled. They get us around. We do get us around on those Roaches. Drones are falling, but we can afford to lose drones. And the Roach count is getting higher and higher for a laser. He's building up. It is costing him some workers, but he still maintains a lead. And a laser holds. A laser holds, he defends. Young Yakov back at home is heavily droning. Young Yakov does race back. And I do have to give the edge to a laser. A laser, he starts up his lair, he starts up +1 range, he will have the upgrade advantage. Lings, they try to save the Overlord, but last they are unable to. And a laser securing himself. Meanwhile, young Yakov, it looks like he's building up towards a second all-in. A bit of a second wave, if you will. Where young Yakov, he cuts workers at 44. Does cut worker production. He's massing up his Roach Ravager. And if a laser, oh no! Not again. The reaction time. If a laser, oh god, is there anything? Doesn't quite connect. But if he doesn't run up too much, he should be okay. The laser, he is focusing on his Roach production. He's maintaining himself. He's about to have +1 range. Yeah, Yakov's still building up more Roaches, more Lings. It's gonna be difficult to pull this all in off, but let's see how it all pans out. Hydrogen on the way for a laser. Again, he's reading Mutas. I mean, Mutas, they did fairly well for young Yakov in game 2, so he's reading that again. The army is spotted. We can see young Yakov. He does main out over towards the third. He's making it look like he's droning when he's not. He's trying. Yeah, we confirm. A laser. He sees everything. He does confirm the lack of saturation, and now we have to pull the trigger. It's all or nothing, and we have defensive Bailings. We have Bailings being set up. One of the Bailings is denied. The other is still up and running. And Yakov rotating around. And even if he avoids the Bailing, it's hard to see this working. How else can they connect? They somewhat do. But yeah, there's just too many Roaches. There's just too many Roaches here. A laser, he breaks through the Lings, gets into the Ravagers. GG gets called, and a laser will take the series 2-1. Advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, a laser will take the series and does advance on. My condolences to young Yakov. He popped off with a 12 pull. He started off with a win. But here in game 2 and game 3, it was a little bit rough here for him. He was having a harder time being the defender as well. Having a harder time keeping up with the aggression of a laser. Young Yakov was forced into all-ins, and all-ins that didn't quite pan out for him. GG, well played. With that, a laser advances on. A laser is getting ready for the next series, for the next round, another ZVZ. I wanted to avoid some of these mirror matchups, but you know, some of the other matches weren't quite available for us in time, so we will embrace them. We'll embrace them. It's going to be a laser versus Wayne in the next round. Let's go. Let us go. And why don't we just have a look at the brackets? I'm sure there have been many of updates. I'm sure a lot has been going on. Okay, from the top, let's have a look. Showtime takes down Milky Cow 2-0, and Showtime is now waiting for the winner of Bly versus Gung Fu Panda. This was a series that we were waiting for earlier. Alas, it never really came to pass. I believe they're currently playing, but we'll take some time to really get going. Scrolling down, we do have Wayne. Wayne took down Geralt 2-0. Wayne is up against a laser in the quarterfinals. They are soon to face off, and that's the series that we are covering next, another ZVZ. Scrolling down, we have Psionic. Psionic took down Spat. Psionic now up against Christianer in the quarterfinals. More PvP. Psionic has been popping off, taking down big names like Skillus, like Spats. Christianer could be his next victim, or the Sparkling Tuna could pop off on these online events and claim the series instead. Could go either way. I do favor Christianer. I mean, I favored all these players against Psionic, but he's been popping off. He's been on fire. Wishing the best. And then scrolling down towards the lower half of the bracket, we just got an update. Moja did... Oh, never lobby. Moja did take down DNS 2-1. Moja advancing on to the quarterfinals. DNS has fallen. Moja's been popping off. He takes down Mana, takes down DNS. Moja, he is an animal against Protoss players. But up next, he'll be up against a Terran or a Zerg, because Ubu Thermal versus Lambo are mid-series. They are mid-series. So best of luck to Lambo and Euthermal. I believe they're being covered by some of the other casters. I believe they have those matches. Meanwhile, we have our own. We have our own. Let's go. Here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Crimson Court, we have our red Zerg player representing Starlight Twinkle. Ooh, it is Wayne. Going for a 12 pool. Let's go. And spawning in the I wonder if it was watching. It's spawning in the bottom left corner of Crimson Court. We have our Polish Zerg player, the blue Zerg, representing Team Liquid. It is a laser. Here we go. We have our 12 pool. Meanwhile, we have a standard hatch gas pool opener here out of a laser. Let's go. Standard opener. Our standard opener, and we saw a laser fall to a 12 pool earlier. If you weren't here for it, Young Yakov popped up with a 12 pool drone pool and did overwhelm a laser. I'm curious if Wayne was watching, and I'm curious if he wants to embrace that as well. Otherwise, this could just be a macro 12 pool, and we could be looking to expand. Yeah, there we go. Drone is being sent down, and it looks like it is just an initial 12 pool into a hatchery. So again, 12 pools usually are not all in. It's an aggressive start, that is true. The goal of this 12 pool is to get some drone kills, is to get maybe 2 workers, 3 workers is enough to get ahead. So we're looking for some economic damage. Meanwhile, behind this, again, we're getting to our expansion. We're going to be droning up and working towards our 2-base play. The reason why is because this is gasless. When you open up with the 12 pool, you are lacking gas, which means you have no link speed, which means you're going to be late with banelings as well. Which means, how do you counteract that? You wall up on 2 bases and work towards roaches. Meanwhile, the Lings have arrived. They chip away at the expansion. A laser to save this can pull the boys. He does confirm that it is a 12 pool, not a 13-12. And there we go. The boys are being pulled. We have to save the base and save our drones. It's going to come down to the micro. Going to come down to the control. The drones, they take a lot of hits. Dancing back. Ooh, going to try and drill, and so far so good. Ooh, bleed off 2 drones. 3 drones. Uh-oh, 4. This is becoming too much. This is becoming far too much. Oh, we lose too many workers, and it looks like the 12 pool once again is catching a laser off guard. I mean, he did respond quite well, but the micro, the control wasn't quite there. We bleed off 8 workers, 9 drones. We're down to 10. And that's borderline game-ending damage. I would say that is game-ending damage at this point. The drone drilling was not good enough. We had to buy time for the Lings and Queens. And Wayne popped off. We saw that with the 12 pool, Young Yakov took a game off of a laser, and it looks like the same to be the case here. Now, Alace is going for his own counterattack, but back at home we have Queens, we have Lings. The drones are a bit exposed, but we do pull away. Oh, we doubled back with a worker, and that's going to cost us a drone. Bit of a miscontrol there from Wayne. One drone does fall. But outside of that, Wayne is going to be able to recover. And drone up is investing into link speed. Interesting. Is going to be investing. Usually off of a 12 pool we skip link speed, so this tells us that this is going to be a link flood. This should be a link flood from Wayne, as both players are supply blocked. A laser is droning. Wayne, oh, is going to be droning up as well. Okay, you have my attention. I'm curious if he does intend to use link speed here to go for aggression. Baneling Nest on the way behind the main. Yeah, we're going for an all-in. We're going for a 2-base all-in. We're going to send it back. Again, the fact that we even research link speed is a red flag. It does ring alarm bells here, and we see why. There we go. 14 links on the way. The goal here is to bank them up. Now, what is scary is that Laser has no Baneling Nest, because he shouldn't. I mentioned before that it is very unorthodox after a 12 pool to invest into link speed. So a Laser should believe it's 2-base play into roaches, right? Like a Laser believes he's safe when he isn't. And as a result, we have no Banelings whatsoever. And against Link Bane, how do you defend without the Bane? Right? Only links for a Laser and Queens. And here we go, link speed kicks in. We do collapse on the third. Collapse on the third base. Banelings are spotted. The Laser responding with his own Lings. That's a cancel on the expansion. And we need to pull off a miracle defense. Spine Crawler's now on the way, but it might just be too late. Ooh, big connections. GG gets called, and Wayne takes the lead, taking game number 1. GG. Whew. Solid game one there from Wayne. And again, a laser looking a little bit shaky here in the early game defense so far in these EVZs. I mean, it's very cutthroat. It's very brutal. There's very little room for error whenever you're up against a 12 pool. Whether it's a 12 pool or a 13-12 or a 12 pool drone pool, like very little room for error. You have to be on point. You have to be crisp with how you respond and how you defend. Do need to be crisp, and it just was not good enough for a laser in game one. But now we're getting into game two. I'm hoping we can bounce back. I'm sure we're going to be getting a standard opener instead from both players. Where we're going to calm down. Calm down. Here we go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our player leading the series 1-0, representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Wayne. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the... Uh-oh, it's another 12 pool. In the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Polish Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Liquid. It is a laser. I'm concerned. I'm concerned that Wayne smells blood in the water. I'm concerned that he's like, hold up. You know, you died against a 12 pool against Young Yakov. You just dropped game one as well. Can I just abuse this? Can I just keep going and just win off of 12 pools? Standard opener out of a laser. And at the end of the day, once again, at the end of the day, it comes down to a laser's control. It comes down to the control. It comes down to the drone micro. It comes down to, oh my god, this is different. It's a 12 pool into gas. What does this mean? This means hyper aggression. Initially, it looks normal. Initially, we have our lings on the way, and we should be expanding. This is designed to catch a laser off guard with the follow-up ling speed timing. You do not expect... I mentioned before in the previous game, the reason why a laser wasn't ready for the ling speed follow-up was because usually it's roaches, right? So we had no baneliness, we had nothing to defend against ling bane. Likewise, same kind of concept here. You don't expect ling speed as a follow-up, and likewise, you wouldn't expect banelings either, so this is a big surprise here. This is going to be a big shock to a laser once this all comes into play. For now, we have our initial lings, and it's on a laser to pull the boys and to preserve his drones. The lings have arrived. We've invested into 12 lings. 12 lings so far. The boys are being pulled. And again, a laser has to be very careful with his control. So far, does drill into that pocket, into the minerals. Hatchery taking a lot of damage. So far, we haven't lost any workers yet. So far, so good. More lings have arrived. This is getting a bit out of hand, and now we're going for the drones. Do try to go for the workers. So far, we've lost one. Only one drone killed. Not bad. Getting up to two, getting up to three. 3 drone kills, then Wayne backs off. Now, this is a much better defense for a laser, but remember, Wayne is going for ling speed behind this, and he's all in. Wayne is completely all in at this point. Ooh, he does overextend with the Overlord. Big pickoff. Wayne that much closer to a supply block. Overlord does go down. Lings pulling back. And again, we're banking up the lings. And the laser's droning. That's what's terrifying. A laser's droning up. There's no reason to throw down a bailing nest. A laser's droning and he's about to be caught out. Ling speed, give us a couple more seconds. And a laser will realize now what's going on. He sees the mass ling. He's racing back. He does produce 14 lings at a time. And he has to buy time. But alas, with ling speed, we will chase all this down. We see a laser trying to get behind the mineral line, but alas, he's going to be cleaned up. And it's go time. Now, thankfully, a laser has some precious seconds to respond. And he's making as many lings as possible. His queens are pulling together as well. Very important here, the laser had the time to react. But is it enough time? As lings, they collapse in. The drone drilling is on point. And the queens add a lot of help, a lot of support here behind this. Drones so far, they're going to start going down. But we defend. Yeah, a laser, he's defending. Again, really nice positioning. With the queens, with his own lings as well. And things are looking dire now for Wayne. Yeah, this was not good enough. At the same time, Lings, they try to go for the mineral line. Wayne, can he get the drones? Oh, he's not. Yeah, we have a transfuse and a laser holds. Again, so important that he saw those things when he did. That he saw them early. And now Wayne, he has no follow-up. There's just nothing left here. Wayne is still making Lings, but at this point, a laser, now he can make more queens, he can make more Lings. I wouldn't be opposed to like a defensive Baneling Nest as well. Yeah, we're going for another Ling Flood. And a laser, he's got a comparable enough Ling counts. With the help of these queens to support, like he's gonna be fine. Like we're okay. We're okay, Pappy. We're okay. Spine Cooler's on the way. Again, nice positioning behind the minerals. Reducing surface area. The queens are getting low. We do get one queen. And we're gonna get the other. Not bad. Two queens go down. Wayne, can we pop off? Can we break through? Was a laser too greedy? Uh-oh. The spine cooler is going to finish up, but a laser, he was resting on his laurels a little bit too much. We ignored the spine. We headed to the main. And we're going for more drone kills. Boys are being pulled. Drones are going down. We get 5 more drones. And we get into the main. And there's no queens. And the queen is about to pop out. Does barely pop out in time. Oh, God, this is still so close. We almost get the surround. More boys being pulled. A laser still up in workers. Still has a better economy. Wayne made that close, but barely. Not enough damage. Going for the base. Trying to drag the queens out of position, but now we're back up to 2 queens. Hatchery taking a lot of damage. Spine Cooler's repositioning. We're going for the base. We have a transfuse, but the hatchery does go down. And now Wayne is droning. Wayne, he doesn't kill a laser, but he does kill the natural. And suddenly, Wayne, he's in this. He's in this game. We're droning up. We're still down in workers, but we're getting there. At the same time, Baneling Nest on the way for a laser. And now it looks like we may have just poked the bear. Now suddenly, a laser's the one going all in, and the laser's going for Ling Bane. Let's go. Let us go. This could still go either way. If Wayne is too greedy, if Wayne does not throw down his own Baneling Nest, then we should be seeing one. There it is, Baneling Nest behind the main base. Thankfully, it's on the way, but what I will say about this Baneling Nest is that it's quite late compared to the Baneling Nest of a laser. We're going to pull the trigger. We should soon be moving out. A laser cutting workers at 18. And here we go, the Lings are spotted by the Overlord. Wayne knows. He should be getting ready. At the same time coming in with his own counterattack, but we have a queens in position. We have the spine as well. Wayne does slip in. Slips into the main, goes for the queen, gets us around. A laser building up those banelings. The queen does fall, and we need defensive banelings as quickly as possible. Where are the banelings? There they are. 4 banelings on the way, but a laser hits first. A laser hits first, he gets us around. We pick up a queen. Bust into the middle line, drones are going down, and we can break through. The Banelings are not done in time. We needed a couple more seconds. We needed a few more seconds. Massive connections. 11 drones fall. But now Wayne can go for his own counterattack. Then there's one Baneling left. One Baneling left, not going to connect. A laser pulling back. Wayne down to 10 workers. And both players are droning. we're both droning up, Pappy. Let's go. Another Baneling! Oh my god. Calm down. Banelings do finish up. We attempt to focus them down, unable to. At the same time, one Link does get into the mineral line. Ooh, not quite paying attention. Not a bad connection for a laser. Oh my god. Not a bad connection as laser does hold on. A laser going to be droning up that much harder. Meanwhile, Wayne is not. Uh-oh. The turns, they keep tabling. So Wayne is still all in. He's still in. He's cutting workers at 17. A laser is droning up, saturating his natural. This does mean that laser will have more Ling Bane, but sorry, it means that Wayne has more Ling Bane, but laser has queens. He has 3 queens, has a spine crawler. It's going to be difficult for Wayne to make this work. Not impossible, but difficult. Another overload going down. Laser does rotate around. Heads into the natural, heads into the main. Does confirm lack of saturation. A laser scouts, now he knows. I wouldn't be opposed to even throwing down another spine crawler at this point. As banelings are spotted. More banelings on the way. Oof. And Wayne is just being zoned away at this point. He just can't engage. Does deny a baneling. But again, how does he push into this? How does he push into all these banelings? It's just not going to happen. Not without his own. We try to connect, and we get some decent connections, but we're still just buying time. And banelings are waddling in. Massive connection. And that may just be it. That's game. GG gets called. A laser survives, and a laser ties up the series 1-1. Oh my god. Very tense game there. GG, well played. That came down to the wire. Like, there were moments where Wayne was ahead, a laser was ahead, it was back and forth. It was a very chaotic game. But alas, in the end, a laser did recover. And now we're getting into the ace match. Final game of the series. Do we go for another 12 pool? That's the question. Does a laser blindly go for like a 15-15? Curious. Or a pool first? I'm curious. Is it worth opening up safely here against Wayne? Or are we confident? What's it gonna be? What is it gonna be? So it looks like we may be remaking the lobby. And hopefully... Yeah. Yeah, we're okay, Looks like the ace match is going to be on side Delta. Okay. Let's go. Side Delta, interesting. Once again, we can talk about how, you know, we can, or something like 2 ace play is a little bit more viable on side Delta. I'm not too fond of 12 pools on side Delta just because of how long the rush distance by ground is, compared to some of these other smaller maps. So, yeah, I imagine we're going to be seeing some more standard openers from our players. Well, we'll see. We'll see. We shall see. As again, the quarterfinals are well underway. We're actually kind of nearing the tail end of the broadcast. What I mean by that is this is leading into a qualifying match. Then we can embrace all of our lovely qualifying matches. And those are, of course, best of 5s. Up next is going to be a qualifying match. Is going to be a best of 5. Likewise, scrolling down, we have a bronze match as well. Do not forget. There's going to be a bronze match thereafter, but here we go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of side Delta, we have our red Zerg player representing Starlight Twinkle. Being forced into the ace match. Can he bounce back? It is Wayne. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Polish Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Team Liquid, tying up the series 1-1, forcing the ace match. Can we go the distance? It is a laser. He's droning. For the first time this series, no 12 pool. We are droning up, and again, it does make sense. The rush distance by ground on this map is just that much longer, so aggression is not as favored. Hatch first. Hatch first out of Wayne. Hatch first out of a laser. We're calming things down, and we're getting into a much more standard start. Hatch gas pool here from our Zerg players, and really, we're just going to be waiting for any deviations later on down the line when it comes to expanding, taking the third base, whether or not we skip the Bailey Nest, and whether we go for a faster Roach Warren. So really, we're going to be looking towards the more mid-game-ish. Early to mid-game. Yeah. Outside of that, side Delta is a lot more wide open as well. Whether it's expanding and taking your linear third or triangular third, there's multiple attack paths. It can be a little bit difficult keeping up with all the angles and all the entrances. Aggression can be difficult to keep up with when it comes to multi-prong attacks and run-bys of that sort, once we get into a 3 and 4 base setup. And I'm looking forward to sinking my teeth into the ZVZ and embracing, you know, even Roach v Roach. We just haven't really had that here between these two players. Not yet, at least. And we'll see if we can get there. We'll see. See if we can get there. Until then, just happily droning up, getting into our link speed, and we should be looking to expand. If not, well then that'll be something to take note of. Here we go, drone is moving out, a laser is taking a third, and Wayne is not. Interesting. Okay, so a laser is going for a standard build into a third base. It looks like that's right. Yeah, Laser's going for a standard build. Looks like Wayne is going for 2 base play instead. Yeah, he's walling up. So something I mentioned before about this map is that there is a ramp coming into the natural inside Delta. The same to be said about Amphion and Post Youth. Because of this ramp, 2 base play is a lot more viable. It is a lot safer to really indulge in, just because you have a ramp coming into the natural. It's so much more defendable instead of on other maps. And this doesn't mean it's going to be an all-in, but it could. Oh, we're flooding links. Okay, I mean, yeah, we're making link speed, and we wouldn't be making link speed if we were going for 2 base Roach. So, yeah, we are flooding links behind this. Now, with +1 carapace, we should be seeing a Roach Warren as well. We should be walling up with that Roach Warren, but that initial link flood is designed to catch a laser off guard. Yeah, links are revealed. We're moving out across the map. And can we get the drone? It looks like we will not. Drone does survive. Link's moving out across the map. Wayne behind this is expanding, is droning up. And he does force a cancel. Very nicely done. Denies a third, takes his own. And he does hit the natural. And again, a laser, because he thought it was 2 base Roach. No Bailey Nest. No Bailey Nest for a laser. I mean, it's now on the way, but it's not quite ready. Bailey Nest thrown down behind the mineral line, actually, as a response. Okay, so Wayne just caught a laser off guard, and he forced a cancel. He forced the denial of the expansion. Oh, he almost gets this round as well. And the laser, what is his response? Bailey Nest. Bane Bust. Now it's time for a laser to be the aggressor. And Wayne has no Bailey Nest of his own. So he's gonna have a bit of a harder time defending here with pure Ling. So I have to give the edge to a laser. As Wayne is trying to keep up. More Lings on the way. That's going to be 7 Bailings here. Being morphed in for a laser. Oh my, that's a lot of Bailings. And again, we're not ready for it. We have pure Ling. We need Roaches desperately. We don't just need Roaches. We need to buy time for Roaches. As the laser is looking to knock down this third base. Yeah, Bailings are revealed. Wayne has to retreat so the Queen gets shut down. And we're fully walling off. Bailings, they could try to knock down the Eva Chamber, but no, we just go for secure damage, we go for the third. Yeah, the third base will be killed. Wayne going for a counterattack, building up his Roaches. And neither player can really embrace their third base. And can we catch a Queen? We can! Not bad. Queen is going to get picked up. The hatchery will survive. Wayne rotates around, but he's pushing right through the center with his Roach Ravager. Remember, he's got +1 carapace. Doesn't commit though. He pulls back. Never mind. Is pulling back home. Wayne taking the base once again, attempting to drone up. Meanwhile, a laser, sure, he has the third, but he has no saturation. No saturation whatsoever. A laser also making purely Roaches. Again, just a very aggressive ZVZ so far. We do deny the third. Third base is cancelled. And this is impacting the production of Wayne. Does need the larva. And he's droning. Uh-oh. Wayne is droning up and has, just to reiterate, a laser has not made a drone in quite some time. Never mind. Now he's droning. Now, a laser is up in army supply, but it looks like we're done with being aggressive. We are droning up quite heavily here. 13 drones on the way. And I do like this, actually. I mean, again, Wayne still is stuck on 2 bases, so a laser may as well just get further ahead. No need to go all in. Just drone. Why not? Just drone up. We did get the damage we were hoping for. So at this point, the laser is heavily droning. Meanwhile, Wayne is likewise keeping up in his own economy as well. Overlord speed is on the way. That's an interesting upgrade. That is a sign of potentially drop alert play. And it could even just be drop alert harass. Which can be quite effective in ZVZ. Wayne massing up more Roach Ravager. You can see Wayne, he's cut workers early at 49. But I say cut workers, he is now reinvesting. Making an extra wave of drones. Keeping up with a laser. And now we're getting to 3-base saturation. Like 66 drones should be the cutoff mark, the cutoff point for both players. Let's go. Drop Lord on the way for Wayne. Despite not yet having Overlord speed, as it's just about to finish up. Brings the force back. +2 range on the way. Wayne does have and maintain that upgrade advantage with the carapace. Getting into Roach speed. We even get the contamination. Let's go. Contamination on at +2. That's it on there by Wayne. Meanwhile, coming in for a scout. More drop lords on the horizon here. Okay, so it's going to be a Baneling drop from a laser. Meanwhile, I believe Roach drops for Wayne. Roaches are going to be moving out. Meanwhile, here comes that drop lord towards the 3rd. Uh-oh, does Wayne react in time? Up! He won't! Yeah, the Banelings, they connect. Oh, looking for some big connections, and we get 3 drones so far. We have 2 Banelings left. No big connections, despite Wayne's late reaction. Wayne takes minimal losses. Same time pushing through the center. He's going to be forced back. Link counterattack back across the map, and it looks like he will get into the mineral line. Wayne distracting a laser. The drops are getting in. We get Roaches in the 3rd and in the main. That catching a queen. Pushing forward, pulling a laser apart. Remember, Wayne does have those upgrades. Oof. And the vials do connect. We're getting drone kills in the main. Keeping the supply split. The drop was shut down here towards the 3rd. Meanwhile, the 4th base goes down. That laser unable to save it. Sorry, Wayne unable to save it. Unable to keep it alive. Wayne being forced back. The drop play continues. Not bad. Killing more workers. Bailings, they hit. Oh, 14 drones go down. Oh my god. They hit the 3rd base once again. Yeah, Wayne, his economy is crippled. And he's having a hard time keeping up with a laser. The 4th base is up and running. Has Wayne even spotted it? He has, but he just can't touch it. He cannot break the 4th. There we go, trying to brute force his way through. A laser has the concave. And getting onto the Ravagers. Reinforcements are on the way. Yeah, they're coming in from the natural. And we're getting a surround. And Wayne, he's just running out of units, running out of supply. And he cannot sustain himself. Those Baneling drops from earlier, they popped off. They just got too much damage done. And Wayne, he just can't keep up. He just cannot keep up. Not with the production of a laser, not anymore. Not against 4 bases. 4 bases and 57 workers. There was potential, right? The drop play was killing workers, definitely. It was getting drone damage, but alas, still not enough. If we had killed the 4th, then maybe a different story. But alas, the 4th did survive. You can see Wayne going in towards Burrow, but we already have Burrow and Tunneling Claws on the way for the blue Zerg. And the mirror matchup is just brutal being behind in workers. There's just not much that you can do to bounce back in this. I mean, we could try to take up a different direction, go for drop lords, as we are doing, true. We're going for the drop play, but Alaze is maxed. He's maxed out. He's maxed out, we're even on upgrades. Lord is still set up. Okay, if we can somehow connect these biles, if we can connect with some insane biles, then maybe. Speaking of, not a bad fight. Oh, but that's why. I'm like, you know, we have a pretty comparable army here. True, but that's because so much is being sent here towards the right-hand side. Roaches, they on Burrow, they slip into the natural at the same time we hit the 3rd. And Wayne just doesn't have the supply to defend both locations at once. Cannot hold on. Third base goes down, mineral line goes down, and Wayne is just getting pulled apart. A laser, he's looking to redeem himself, and it looks like he will make it to a qualifying match. Boys are being pulled, GG gets called, and a laser will make it into the next round. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, a laser will take the series. It went all the way to the ace match, and it was very, very dynamic. It was very intense, but GG. Congratulations to a laser. Let's see, we'll claim the series here and advance on to a best of 5. GG, well played. And with that, a laser, he's now in a qualifying match, and he's waiting for the winner of Bly, Gung Fu Banda, and Showtime. May take some time to get into those matches, though, so we'll be lying in wait for those results to come in. And it looks like we have the lower matches finishing up. Psionic, mate, Psionic's been popping up. He's crazy. Oh my god, switching our scenes over. We are catching up here. You can see here we have Psionic. Psionic, he took down Skillus, took down Spatter, he took down Cristiano. He took down Cristiano off of the PvP. Psionic is popping up. He's popping up like crazy, and now Psionic, he's going up against Lambo in the semifinals. Is going up against Lambo. And the question becomes, do we just jump on that? The problem here is that a laser, he's in a qualifying match, but he has to wait. He has to wait for quite some time. He has to wait for quite some time here. So we might just hop over. It's gonna be difficult. It's gonna be difficult just because we're being told that they do want at least one English caster to cover to be there for the upper match. I believe there's no one casting Bly versus Gung Fu Banda. They're in game 2, and they will eventually advance onto Showtime and advance onto the upper qualifying match. They'll get there eventually, but they do want a caster to stay behind. We'll see, we'll see. We shall see. For now, tentatively, Lambo versus Psionic is up next. Tentatively. Psionic, is he on a team? Is he... Psionic... Oh, he's on Little Fairy. Ah, there you go. On Little Fairy. Okay, so we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break here. It looks like the Lambo and Sonic need some time to get ready. So we're going on a break, and when we return, we will most likely have Lambo versus Sonic. And hopefully, by the time it finishes, we get the upper qualifying match as well. And we get both, hopefully. Fingers crossed. Until then, we'll see you guys soon after this break. And take this moment, get some snacks, get some food, get some water, and rest up. It is almost 5 a.m. here in the morning. I do apologize, as I know that I kept saying a laser when I meant Wayne, and Wayne when I said laser, like I was like mixing up the names. My brain is getting a little bit tired. It is 5 a.m. in the morning, but we're gonna power through. We're gonna power through, Poppy. We'll make it. We'll make it. We're almost done. Going on a short break. We'll be back soon. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2024 Europe Open Qualifier. We have made it to a best of 5. Oh, I should actually fix that here. We've made it to our first qualifying match of this qualifier. Of course, earlier today we were live with the Korean qualifiers, and now we're here with the European qualifiers. Oh boy, here we go, and we're going to be featuring 2 players that we have yet to cover tonight, but we're lucky enough to embrace them here in this qualifying match. As spawning in the top left-hand corner. In the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our German Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the French Protoss. He's been popping off tonight. He's been popping off specifically in the PvPs, but how does he fare in a PvZ? The French Protoss representing Little Fairy, it is Psionic. For those who have been missing the updates on the bracket, Psionic, he took down Skillus, he took down Spat, he took down Christianer. Not a single Protoss could stand in his way, and he's made it all the way to a qualifying match. One of the, just the underdog story is real here. Like, he is such an underdog. Like, no one had their eyes on Psionic coming into this. People were looking at Skillus, Lambo, Showtime, Wayne, a Laser, Christianer, even Uru Thermal at times. But Psionic? Mate, out of left field. He's popping off, Pop. He's popping off. But as I just mentioned, something important to emphasize is he's been doing very well in a specific matchup. The question becomes, can he do well against Zerg? You know, there are players out there that are certain specialists. There are PvP specialists, there are TVT specialists, even ZVZ specialists. They do exist. And we'll see if Psionic can have some success here against a player of the caliber of Lambo. Lambo, of course, has been coming in as a heavy favorite. He is one that a lot of players were looking at to make a deeper run and to qualify for the closed qualifier. We'll see if he can be stopped. We shall see. And if you're in the chat, predictions. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you believe will claim this series. Will it be the Protoss or the Zerg? Will it be Psionic or Lambo? It is up to you to decide. Best of luck. Best of luck with your predictions, Papi. Best of luck. So I'm just posting in the chat. Predictions open. Beautiful. As we're settling in, it's going to be standard opener. Gate expanded to Cybercore, standard opener here out of Psionic, going for a Stargate in the main. Meanwhile, Lambo across the map, just going for a hatch gas pool. Nothing too crazy so far. Really, we're just waiting for our tech of choice and our unit of choice. I'll be honest, I don't really cast a lot of Psionic. I don't really get to cast or cover him much. As I'm sure you're aware, we are based in Australia. We don't actually cast a lot of European events. We do miss EPT EU every week. Well, most of the time we're not able to cover it. We do cover other events to feature European players, like our own Sparkling Tuna Cup or OC King of the Hill. But most European time slot events, we are asleep during. You know, we're usually asleep. I'm usually asleep here at this time. It's 5 a.m. You're usually in bed. So I'm more than willing to embrace Psionic here. I'm curious as to how they play things out. I mean, I say we don't cast a lot of Europeans, but we were the B stream for Home Story Cup, and we casted a lot of Home Story Cup a couple of weeks ago. So that's true. But again, we don't cover a lot of like Psionic, Boanan, for example. GG Machine, right? Like some of these other up-and-coming players that are a little bit more niche, that you have to be more engrossed in the European region to be able to cover them more and more often. There's another player that is slipping my mind that does hit that criteria. But regardless, we're going to be settling in. Is going to be our third base on the way. Oracle first. That is a very fast Twilight Council. That is a Twilight Council before the expansion. Good boy. This looks like Glaive Adepts. It's a little bit too soon to fully tell. I mean, it could still be Blink. True. Could still be Blink here from Psionic, but I'm feeling Glaives on the horizon from our Blue Protoss player. And we should be throwing down additional gateways if that's the case. Otherwise, I'm curious as to how this all pieces together, because so far, no additional gateways. And usually we'd have them by now. There we go. Additional gateways now on the way. There we go. Glaives is in production. And we should be banking up Adepts back at home and trying to catch Lambo off guard. Meanwhile, at the same time, 2 Oracles do hit the main. Oof. But we overextend. We get 2 drones and the Oracle falls. Less than ideal. At the same time, we have Adepts threatening the 3rd base, but last to get cleaned up, and Lambo is holding. Lambo barely loses anything. So far, a strong defense for Lambo. Likewise, we have a Roach Horn in production, so we're not cutting corners, not too much at least. The Roach Horn will complete, and we will have access to Roach production to deal with those Adepts. And we're building up towards 6 gateways. 6 gate glaive Adepts here. This is going to be more committed than we usually see. Usually it's only 4 gateways. With 6, we're going to have extra warp-ins. We're going to be that much more committed. We need to do that much more damage. The pressure is now on Psionic to get damage done. And so far, Lambo's droning. So far, this can still work. If Lambo drones up too much, if Lambo makes 0 roaches, then Psionic can pop off and can snowball out of control. 100%. We've seen it before, but we can see it again. We're still waiting for additional Adepts. For now, we're going to be moving out. Moving out with our wave of 9 Adepts. Just hoping for another warp in. Yeah, there we go. We just spot the army. Hey, the Adepts are spotted. We're shading across. What do we have to defend? We have 18. We have Prelude Links. We joined up to 71. We're supply blocked. Now is not the time. We're heavily supply blocked. 3, 4 Overlords on the way. Now is not the time. Adepts will soon arrive. And Lambo, he is in trouble. He breaks free from the supply block. 7 roaches on the way, but damage is going to be done. Drones are going down. So far, 4 worker kills. We shade in towards the natural. We commit to the shade, but the wall is up and running. The wall is solid. The wall has been broken. Never mind. We break through the wall, busting into the natural. Drones are going down, and again, Lambo was just far too greedy. Got supply blocked at the wrong moment, and we've already gotten a mineral line. A mineral line worth of drones have fallen, and we're still not done. Roaches are trickling in. We can always avoid those roaches. We commit to the shade. We're headed for the mineral line. Can we get more damage done? So far, so good. But yeah, it looks like we're going to be cleaned up. Okay, 16 drone kills. Oh, getting 17. Now, back at home, we need to survive the counterattack. We should be seeing Immortal production. We do have a Robo. We should be getting into Immortal production. We have Stalkers that are amassing as well. Thankfully, Lambo's droning. Thankfully, Psionic is in no danger. He's in no danger. Oracle getting 2 more drones. 18 in total. 18 drone kills, and Lambo, he takes a chance. He takes a risk. He's going for a Spire. Risky move. Now, what I like about this for Lambo is he already killed 1 Oracle. If we had 2 Oracles, we could threaten the bases and scout and check for tech. With only 1 Oracle, we have that much less eyes, well, less eyes in the sky. We go for the relation. The likelihood of the main base being scouted now is quite low. And it could be... Oh, Stasis does go up. It could be Psionic's turn to be caught off guard. For now, he's trading relatively well. He's going to bleed out a Stalker. Not just 1, 2. 3 Stalkers. Expensive losses here for Psionic. His blink was punished. Papi, we need to calm down. Very aggressive blinks. Is getting a 4th base and working towards blink. Working towards a gateway explosion. I believe the Forge did finish. We never started +1. Oh, no, we did. Sorry. My apologies. We have +1. Never invested into +2. Just doubling down. Cannon, shield batteries on the way. The Spire is done. Mutants are in production, and Psionic has no idea. No scouting information in the main base. Psionic has no idea what's going on. Overseer doing what it can. Does confirm the gateway production. There is no Robo, there's no Colossus. And now I worry for Psionic, because the Mutas, they're coming. They're going towards the right-hand side. At the same time, Lambo setting up a surround. Psionic, he's getting caught out. Stalkers are falling. Mutas still being pinned back, though. Lambo holding the Mac, not pulling the trigger yet. Slow Lords have arrived. Lambo shuts him down. Oh, and yeah, the Mutas, they deny that Prism. At least Psionic is aware of what's going on, but that's a hefty amount of mutas. It's how many? 18. 18 mutas already. As for Stasis does connect. How do we punish one of the mutas? Oh, the force field's looking good. They zone away the roaches. Only links trickle in. Mutas rotating into the main. Stalkers are in position, somewhat. Yeah, we dive on the mutas. Psionic, honestly, he's defending well. He's defending quite well against this. He kills 4 mutas for a handful of stalkers. I am concerned about the Ling Roach army, but with enough charge lots, we should be okay. We have so much. Oh my, how many cannons do we have? Cannons are everywhere. At the 3rd, at the 4th. Force fields once again thrown down. And the roaches, they can barely engage. Very nice force fields. Very nice control out of Psionic. And I'm waiting for the blink forward. I've noticed that Psionic, he likes to aggressively blink. This was fine. But at other times, it's been questionable. I like it, though. I like it. As here we go. Now Lambo, he's in a lot of trouble. He didn't get much damage at all done with the mutas. The mutas were lackluster. They got like 1 or 2 probe kills. They got like 3 stalkers. And they needed to get more damage done. Now, to be fair, the muta count is still building up. We have 30 mutas on the way. I say that. 28 mutas, 2 more for 30. 30 mutas, that's a hefty amount. And without Archons and without Storm, these mutas, they can collapse on the main army. As I say that though, Archons have morphed in. In a head-on fight, I might even favor Psionic. If we just had Storm. Mutas, they bust into the main. Cannons are going down. No Stalkers in position, not this time. Ooh, and it does force a big reaction. Psionic has to split up his army. Has to be careful to overreact. That's 14 probes falling. Oh, now finally, these mutas are paying for themselves. And they go back in. Psionic out of position. Heavily supply block. +3 is denied. And Lambo, he's running away with this. Again, the muta cloud, it's becoming nigh unsolvable. Nice catch here from Psionic. Does force a trade. Oh, but he left nothing at home. He left nothing back here. The ground army's coming in. Breaks through the cannons into the mineral line. Psionic did counterattack across the map though. Trying to get his own damage done, but that's 24 probes going down. And these zealots, they have to get more. Archons are getting picked off. High Templar is exposed. See the SimCity working against Psionic there for a moment as well. Zealots are getting to mineral lines though. Not bad. Damage is being done. But it still is not enough. Lambo's got the gold. With the help of the gold base, even though Lambo just has 15 drones, he can afford it. He can afford to lose that many workers. Lambo still has a booming economy. And Psionic at this point is all in. Completely all in. Now, a lot of the supply for Lambo is in Lings and Mutas. It's a very fragile army. And in a head-on fight, I favor Psionic. And I think Lambo does as well. So, base trade. Essentially, we're going for the base trade. Lambo knows he cannot engage head-on. We'll bring down the 4th. Head up for the natural, head up for the 3rd. Mutas are peeling off. And Mutas, what they can do is they can pick apart of the army. Like, bit by bit. They can pick off Stalkers, they can pick off Archons. So Psionic has to be very careful with how he maneuvers. Psionic did preserve probes, so he can make gases. He can make gas geysers across the map. Mutas turn back around. Lambo still has the gold, but it is spotted. We have spine crawlers. Yeah, the spine crawlers will defend. Mutas getting caught out. Stalkers in the main. Bring it all together. That's a lot of mutas. The probes! No! The workers! They get caught out! Okay, a very chaotic moment here for Psionic. Ooh, the prism falls as well. Very nice control. We catch the prism, we catch 2 Archons. Psionic pulling apart a little bit here. And we need a building. Uh-oh. The probes! The probes, they're left alone. We're gonna shut down the workers, and now we're running out of buildings. We're running out. This is all we have left. We had the potential to throw down more buildings, but not anymore. We're going for the final mining base. Hatcheries are being thrown down, and this is it. This is all we have left. 2 pylons. GG gets called. We get the elimination, and Lambo will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. We had money, we had minerals to work with. Psionic just had to save a probe, throw down buildings, and he could have made a game out of that, or he could have kept it going. But alas, he was caught out in the midst of the chaos. It did feel like Psionic was flustered, definitely. He was flustered, and he was making small mistakes and small missteps here and there. It's not a game state that you're in too often, so I don't blame Psionic. Don't blame him at all. It's not often that you're in that kind of base trade scenario. And in the end, Lambo, the more experienced player, did come out on top. GG. GG, well played. Lambo takes a lead, but honestly, Psionic did well for himself. Remember, Lambo got caught completely off guard by the Glaive Adepts. He was supply blocked as well, so he took so much damage. Likewise, initially the Mutas weren't doing too much either. And I do like that we went into the base trade from the side of Psionic. I do think it was his best option. I mean, I say that. It was also the best option for Lambo as well. Like, it was just the base trade had to... It was just a chaotic moment and could have gone either way. Could have gone either way there. I'm sure Psionic was hoping to force Lambo into a fight that Lambo never gave him. And now we're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Post Youth, we have our red Zerg player. Our German Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 1-0. It is Lambo. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player representing Team Little Fairy from land of France. It is Psionic. Here we go. Our best of 5 does continue, as Lambo is going to be expanding, going for the gold. Let's go. Here on Post Youth, you do have the option, and we are rushing into the gold base. Very bold move by Lambo, and the question becomes, can Psionic punish this? And will he punish it as well? Okay, the pressure is now on the blue Protoss to make sure that Lambo doesn't get away with a free gold. Otherwise, he can just use this to leapfrog, which is just boost himself into an all-in. Launch himself, that's what I was looking for. Can it launch himself in? For now, we're calming down. We are going to be calming down, getting into our hatch gas pool. Prioritizing the gold, of course. Meanwhile, Psionic has confirmed this. You can see here, Psionic did get eyes on this with his probe scout, is aware. And how do we respond? We could respond with a Twilight Council to go into Glaive Depths. We could go into a fast Blink build. I wouldn't be opposed to that, especially if we did assume there was going to be an aggressive follow-up. We shall see. We shall see. As for now, the probe is going to be skirting around the edge of the map. Curious. My eyes are on this worker. We could just be hiding it for a follow-up scout, but I feel like this probe is a little bit more sinister than that. Yeah, there's a cheeky probe, Bobby. Cheeky. We'll see. There we go. There's the pylon. We're setting up for a proxy. Now, what kind of proxy will we see here towards the left-hand side? I mean, the Cybercore is already done. I feel like this isn't really lined up for tech, for a Stargate, and it isn't. There we go. Twilight Council opener out of Psionic. This could be a proxy Dark Shrine. Could be a gateway and a Dark Shrine. Twilight Council still on the way. I'm leaning towards Dark Shrine. But even then, did we even need to proxy it? It's crazy. But we are waiting. We're waiting here for this Twilight Council to finish. Strong gateways being thrown down. We have not pulled out of gas. Show us the Dark Shrine. There it is. Dark Shrine has been thrown down. We're going for the Dark Templar. Okay, interesting. Now, Lambo, upon recognizing that it is a Twilight Council opener, something like DTs are always in the back of your mind, and we should be getting safety spore crawlers. The question becomes, do we get spores in both bases? As we scout, no, we scout! Lambo! He scouts, he confirms he sees everything, and he's fully aware of what's going on. Does force a cancel on the gateway. Not like this. Denies the gateway, and we may even deny the Dark Shrine as well. We may as well let it finish at this point just to warp in some Archons. We're going for the pylon under fire. And the pylon's going to be shut down, and will the Dark Shrine even finish? No shot. We force the cancel. We have Blink on the way. Very rough start here for Psionic. Ay. Again, even if we had the Dark Shrine behind the mineral line, it would have been safe, would have been sound. Didn't need to proxy. Just wanted a location to reinforce across the map. Unfortunately, did not quite work out. And now Psionic is in a rough position. Will deny some mining at least. True. That was a nice mining time, but is going to be shut down. And Lambo, he's embracing the low base. Has a booming economy. He's on 3 bases, and now we're getting to a lair. Roach Warren's already done. Evo Chamber. And we're going to be building up towards the mid game. And Lambo is going to hit like a truck in the mid game. Like, this goal base is going to be able to kick in. Oh boy. Is it going to kick in here? Roach production has begun. We have a +1 melee. And Lambo's actually still droning. I mean, he's got minerals to work with, so may as well. His creep is spreading nicely. Lambo also recognizes how ahead he is just because of the denied tech. Link is about to finish, and how many gateways are we on? We're on 4 gates. Soon to be 5. 5 gate setup. It's okay. We catch a queen. Catch a queen, catching an overlord as well. Sounding clearing up all the creep. Denying any vision here from Lambo, or at least trying to, hoping to. Lambo's so quick to replace that creep though. Is being thrown down. Gateways are finishing up. And again, because of Lambo's early game, because of his goal base as well, like, he just has map control. He shuts down the sentries, forces back the stalkers. And behind this, we have 22 more links on the way. I mean, Lambo is still taking up. He's still taking up towards a hive. I don't think he needs to, but, you know, he's just securing himself. Getting into hive tech, this gives access to ultras, vipers, adrenal. I'm leaning towards ultras just because of +1 melee, right? Because of our melee upgrades, it does kind of lend to ultra production. There we go, now +2 melee on the way. Ultras can be quite gas intensive, but again, we've got resources to spare. As things, they come in from behind, they deny the gold. Containing Psionic to 3 bases. And then here comes the surround! And where we blink away, we abandon the sentries. Sentries, they get cleaned up. And we even focus down that prison. Ay. Just a really brutal game state. And if Psionic ever moves out, this is what happens, right? Like, Lambo, he's there to punish. He's ready. Lying in wait. 44 more links on the way. Once again, catching a stalker. Overseer into the main. contaminating the robo. Just contaminate whatever we can. Do you get the robo? I mean, the prism can counterattack and buy some time and get some breathing room. That is true. But there's a lot the prism has to accomplish as Lambo is maxing out. There's that adrenal. Plus 2, of course. Haven't really invested into any Hive Tech army yet. Just upgrades. Like there's still no Vipers, no Ultra Cavern, or Hydrogen for lurkers. And I don't think we necessarily need it. The army does push forward. Collapsing on the Stalkers. Stalkers on their own, they're just, again, even with these upgrades with +1, they're having a hard time keeping up. We do have the overcharge. The army portals on forward nonetheless. GG gets called as we are overwhelmed, and Lambo takes game number 2, taking a 2-0 lead. GG. GG, well played. A strong start so far here at Lambo. I mean, Game 1 was very shaky. Game 1 was very back and forth. Game 2, though, was a lot more in favor of Lambo. A lot more in favor. Again, Psionic just had a really rough start. Going for the Proxy Dark Shrine, getting scouted, getting shut down, and that just meant that Psionic was stuck at home. He was stuck at home, and not just that, it means that Lambo got away with the gold. He got away with the gold base, he got away with a far superior economy. That just snowballed into him being able to amass an army and kind of bully Psionic whenever he tried to push onto the map. He was being shut down time and time again. And with that, that means that Lambo is on match point. One more game is all Lambo needs to qualify for the closed qualifier. Meanwhile, Psionic, he needs to fight back here and now and win 3 games in a row. He needs to win 3 games in a row. Not going to be easy here for Psionic. It's possible, it's possible. He's asking for a break. Psionic is asking for a moment here, and we're more than happy to oblige. He needs a moment to rest, to recuperate, and when he comes back, we're jumping right on it. We're jumping back in. Meanwhile, when it comes to other matches that are ongoing, we just got an update. Bly did take down Gung Fu Bandit 2-1. So Bly did eliminate Gung Fu Bandit from the tournament, and Bly is mid-series versus Showtime. I believe that is being covered by Zombie Grub. It's going to be Bly versus Showtime. Winner goes up against a laser. So we might be able to catch... I do think we're going to be able to catch the upper semis, but it also depends. Depends how long our series is. If it's a 3-0, then we should be able to catch it. If not, then maybe we can jump in mid-series. As we still have plenty more games ahead of us. plenty more matches, man. Plenty more matches. As a reminder as well, this is a qualifying match, and that means a couple of things. One, of course, it means the winner qualifies for the closed qualifier. But it also means that the loser is not knocked out of the tournament. The loser of this series gets knocked down to the bronze match. There is a 3rd place match here in the qualifiers as top 3 advance on. It's going to be top 3. So the loser of the series will have another chance. Have a second life. They'll have some time to themselves to be able to rest up and get ready for it. You have some time. See 007 in the chat. Let's go. Go Psionic. I see Demon of Night as well. Fala galera, papi. Fala galera. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing good. Meanwhile, we may just go on a break. May just go on a short break. Just because our players did ask for a couple of minutes, and we are just chilling. So I may just go on a short break here, and yeah, when we return, we will have our next game. Potentially the final one of the series. Potentially. We'll see. See you soon. Ducklings, welcome back, everyone. Oh my god, I hope you all enjoyed that break as we have returned with game number 3 of this qualifying match. Again, we're on match point. Our Zerg player needs one more to claim the series. The pressure is now heavily on the Protoss. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our French Protoss player, the underdog himself. He had an amazing run making it this far, but is struggling here in this qualifying match. Can he bring it back for Team Little Fairy? It is Psionic. And he's going for the proxy. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the German Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion. One game away from advancing on into the code's qualifier. It is Lambert. Getting proxied. And here we go. We have 1, we have 2, soon to be 3. Oh, my apologies. It's going to be 2 gates and a forge. We're looking to spice things up here. And can we cheese the hell out of Lambert? Can we pull it off? We can see Lambert, he does keep his overload over his natural base to make sure it doesn't get cannon rushed. Speaking of cannon rushes, the pylons are being thrown down. And Lambo is aware. Now, does he assume that this is a fake out, that this is a bluff, or does he commit? He does pull the boys. Getting in position, the role of these workers is to focus on the pylon, but also patrol and make sure, that the cannon does not get up and running. Pylon is cancelled. Another pylon on the way. Gateways are finishing up. Ooh, and the probe does wall itself off. Does find a nice position here. In between the main and the natural, more boys being pulled. Nice surface area on this first pylon. And the surface area is looking good. We can focus it down. Cannon's on the way. Probe does push itself out of that little position. Onto the other side. More boys being pulled, getting on top of the cannon. Zealots are waddling in. And now we realize how committed we are. Zealots have arrived and the cannon will finish. Psionic. Not a bad position, but unfortunately this cannon really is just covering the ramp. We do need to get within range of some of the buildings here, and there we go. I mean, the cannons, they can wall this off, and we can actually focus on the natural base. Yeah, the natural is going to be targeted. Roach 1 has been thrown down. Lambo is getting into 1 base Roach. The natural should fall. But can Psionic bust into the main? He's taking gases. Now, Psionic cannot throw down a Robo until we get a Cybercore. Or likewise, can't throw down any tech structure, really, whether it's a Robo, a Twilight Council, or a Stargate. Cybercore is going to be required. It'll take some time. Zealots take down a drone. Trying to avoid that surround. So far, nice swipes. Boys being pulled, we go for the surround! Yeah, the drone drilling is real. We do get on top of those Zealots. 2 Zealots go down. And we barely lose any drones. The drones are low. More Zealots have arrived. But we're holding. We are holding. We are barely defending. We shut down every single Zealot. Meanwhile, that pilot is under fire. The one hero Ling. He's been popping off. Oh my god, so close. Gasito, baby, gasito. The pylon survives. We kill the natural. But we have queens on the high ground. Roaches as well. A lot of shots going off. Zealot, they do provide high ground vision. Provide that vision. Psionic is maintaining. At the same time, though, what are we doing with our gas? There we go. Cybercore's on the way. Gas geyser as well. Cybercore is delayed. Looks like Psionic was otherwise preoccupied. Psionic does threaten the main. As we connect. Another Zealot's on the way. Oof. Yeah, 1 more bile is all we need. Oof. The cannon is going to go down. At least the first cannon. Likewise, second under fire. Stargate's on the way. Back at home. With the Stargate, we can get into Void Ray production. As Lambert has broken out. Shutting down the cannon, shutting down the pylons. Sutter stepping forward. Even forcing a recall. And that means that these gateways have been abandoned. We're gonna shut down the gateways. We're moving out across the map. Speaking of across the map, We need time. Shield batters are amassing. We have somewhat of an army. We're okay. With the help of the overcharge, we can hold the line. So we get some shots off on those roaches. Nice sort of stepping here against the zealots. Pushing forward. Getting one, getting two. Trading well against these zealots. Void Rays on the way is about to move out. Back at home, Lamb is expanding. Lambo is unaware of the transition, whether it's a Void Ray or an Immortal. Both are still options. We are breaking in. What do we use our files on? We're going for the Stargate. Probes are being targeted. Another vial's going to be available. Oof. Vials connecting, and it looks like we will defend. We're going to be able to clean this up. Not without killing 6 probes. We got 6 probe kills. Up! Ooh, massive vial. 11 probe kills. 12. Can we get 13? Up! Oh, the vials! Oh my god. Ooh, massive connection. 16 probes go down. No shot. That was like 5 probes, 1 vial. Aye. And with that, Lambo has crippled the economy. And sure, it may not have the best answer to Void Rays yet, but we have Spore Crawlers finishing up. We have 3 queens on low ground. We have more queens on the way, about to be 5 queens. And with Transfuse, that is going to be enough. It is enough to hold on. Is enough to hold the line. Psionic has to rotate around, pivot away. Lambo likewise worldling up. And yeah, as long as we're able to keep up with these Voiders, it should be okay. The head-on fights, yeah, we have plenty of Transfuse. GG, well played gets called as we cannot break through, and Lambo will take the series 3-0, being the first player to qualify for the closed qualifier through the European qualifiers. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Lambo as he does claim this series and does advance on. GG, well played. Lambo does take the series. It's the first to advance on. And my condolences to Psionic once again, though, as we did mention, Psionic is knocked down to the bronze match. He has another chance. He has another opportunity to bounce back. Psionic can bounce back, and yeah, with that, we have our first player advancing on. Psionic gets knocked down, and the question becomes, the hell's been going on in the other portion of the bracket? What has been happening? Laser's still waiting. I believe Bly is mid-series versus Showtime. And what game are they in, is the question. Game 1, Game 2, or Game 3? As we quickly do refresh the bracket and catch up on what's been going on. There we go. We're trying to catch up here. Okay, from the top, we do have Bly. He took down Gung Fu Panda 2-1, went all the way to the ace match, but Bly did bring Gung Fu Panda down and did advance on to face off against Showtime, and they're currently in Game 2. Showtime is leading the series 1-0. This is a best of 3. Winner goes up against a Laser. You can see here a Laser has been waiting for quite some time, for an hour. He has been waiting for an hour for his opponent. And one more game is all that Showtime needs. Otherwise, Bly could force an ace match. So either a PVZ or a ZVZ is up next. So for now, I will put a Laser versus TBD. And we're going to be focusing on this upper best of 5. After this series, we're going to be following the loser of the upper semis and the lower semis in the bronze match. So Psionic will be facing off against either a Laser or Showtime for another chance, another opportunity to make it into that closed qualifier. That is the plan. I believe if you want to tune into game number 2 of Showtime versus Bly, I believe Zombie Grub is the only caster covering that series. I think everyone else was following Lambo. And yes, Zombie Grub is the only caster covering that. So check out Zombie Grub's stream if you want to check out Showtime versus Bly. Otherwise, we're most likely going to have an extended break. It's going to be an extended break because we have to wait for this game to finish. Likewise, we have to wait for vetoes if Showtime takes down Bly. We have to wait for vetoes with a laser to conclude. Then we have to make the lobbies, and then we have to get everyone inside, and it's going to take a while. It's going to take a while. So again, unfortunately, we've had a decent amount of downtime here in the European regionals or the European qualifiers, but it's okay. It's okay. I think that's the hardest thing for me is downtime means that, like, because I'm not like actively doing something, then like the drowsiness like seeps in, because then you're like, you're not doing anything, you're just sitting there, and it's like then the sleep takes over. But I should be okay. It's just 2 more series, maybe 2.5 more series, but the best of 5s. So I might just do some squats. I'm gonna go do some squats and like try to get the blood flowing and like do some jumping jacks and just like stay awake, do our best. So yeah, it's gonna be the plan. It's gonna be the current plan here for the CranKy Ducklings. Once we wrap this up, sleep is gonna feel so good. Our next broadcast is gonna be tomorrow, or technically later today. In how many hours time? 16 hours, I think? Something like that. Around like 15.5 hours time, I'm going to be live with the Asia qualifier. That's going to be this evening. The Asia qualifier. And then after the Asia qualifier, I'm going to probably be able to nap and then get into the Americas qualifier, which is in just over 24 hours time. It starts much later. And then after that, we have KSL. We have our weekend of StarCraft. Like, the StarCraft, it doesn't end, Fabi. It doesn't end. Let's go. But for now, we're going on a break. We're gonna be going on a break, and yeah, take this opportunity to hydrate all your hydras, stretch your roaches, marinate your marauders, massage your marines, pet your probes, pet all your probes, and we'll be back soon with some more StarCraft. We'll be back soon. And also, I can't wait. Like, I think that Laser versus Showtime is going to be really competitive. Psionic versus Lambo was more one-sided, but we expected that to happen. We mentioned before that coming into it, it does feel like Psionic is more of a PvP specialist. You could definitely make an argument that Psionic would have had a better chance against Showtime. I think I would stand by that, actually. That Psionic would have preferred Showtime over Lambo or Laser. That does also mean that if a Laser were to knock Showtime down, if a Laser beats Showtime, then Showtime could be in some trouble. then Psionic, he can embrace what he's best at, and he can pose a threat to Showtime. So that's gonna be a wild kind of scenario if that were to occur. If a Laser were to bring Showtime down, that is a big if though, because Showtime is another heavy favorite in this tournament. But now, or in this qualifier. But now they're going on that short break, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes with our next series. Yeah, we'll see you guys soon. Till then, see you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, hope you enjoyed that break. Hope you are ready for one of our second qualifying match of the Esports World Cup 2024 European Open Qualifier. Here we go. We just featured Lambo earlier, making it into the closed qualifiers. We have enough room for 2 more players. One of them is going to be featured here. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will qualify, our Zerg or our Protoss, our German or our Polish player. Up to you to make that decision. Best of luck. Predictions open. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our German Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Berlin International Gaming, BIG. It is showtime. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Red Zerg player from the land of Poland representing Team Liquid. It is a laser. Here we go. Our ZVP is finally here. I'm ready to embrace it. I'm ready to get this underway, and this is a hard one to call. It's definitely a hard one to call. I mean, Showtime is one of the best Protoss that Europe has to offer. He's top 2 alongside Max Pax, has been for a long time. You could make an argument that maybe Skillus has been vying for that number 2 spot, but Showtime does seem to be a little bit more on fire, at least tonight, and looking to make a deeper and deeper run here. I believe Showtime has yet to drop a map. A laser earlier was struggling a little bit in the ZVZs, but that is a different matchup. That is a more dynamic and just more intense, especially early on matchup here, very micro-oriented. Alas, a laser here against Showtime, I'm sure will have a much easier time settling into a longer game. Showtime, of course, for a long time was known for his more macro defensive style. That has since changed a little bit. We've seen Showtime embrace more aggressive builds from time to time, but it's only from time to time. For the most part, Showtime, he does embrace, this more longer macro play. We'll see if that continues to be the case in this series. We'll keep an eye on Showtime. We'll be keeping an eye on him. Outside of that, we do have our natural base being taken, our unnatural natural. The laser going for a hatch gas pool. Link speed is on the way. Meanwhile, our take of choice is going to be the Stargate for Showtime. Is going to be a Stargate opener. Should be 4 Oracles. We've been seeing a lot of Void Ray openers tonight, but I don't think Showtime is really one to embrace that. It is a nice way to hide your build from your opponent and catch them off guard, but Showtime isn't really, again, too much of an aggressive player, so I don't know if we're really going to be embracing that in this series. Maybe once. Meanwhile, back across the map, Link production has begun. I know for a very long time, Showtime was very fond of embracing quadruple Oracle production, getting into 4 Oracles, delaying Blink, going for a faster Forge and Robo, and building up towards a Colossus-based army on 3 bases. He used to be like just very tech heavy, relying heavily on Oracles. Meanwhile, the Depths shade in. They shade into the main base. 3 drones already go down. We get a 4th drone as well. Can we get a 5th? Can we get a 6th? Can we get a 7th? Oh, we can, and we will. 7 drone kills for 2 Adepts. That was brutal. Unfortunately, we weren't able to pull away. We weren't able to extract trick too often, and a laser does take a lot of damage. At the same time, going for a big Link counterattack. Back at home, what do we have to defend? We have the Oracle getting in position. 3rd base about to be taken. Showtime is ready for these Links. Is ready for them. Links, they get us around. They force a cancel on the pylon. They cancel a pylon, but not much else. Laser is going to be forced back. This does at least keep that Oracle pinned back at home, but we're more than happy to do this. We're more than happy to oblige. Showtime has already done enough damage. And now with the 2nd Oracle, we can move out. So we can be active on the map. We are now moving out. Double Oracle towards the natural. A laser at the same time. Ooh, does threaten the 3rd, but now we have 2 Adepts. Soon to be 3 Adepts. We're okay. Be very well situated. When we do find a stray drone, forcing the Evo chamber. Another worker comes in. We're headed set for the 3rd. Oh, gonna be zoned away. We find 2 more drones. 2 more drones go down. Larva as well. And another drone. Oh, almost another, but 3 more workers go down, and Showtime is doing well for himself. Is doing well, getting a lot of damage done. The one Oracle takes a lot of hits, but will escape into the dead space. Will get away. Likewise, we do have Showtime getting into his own follow-up. It's going to be a Forge and Twilight Council, going to be +1 and Blink. Nothing too crazy, nothing too wild. +1 and Blink on the way forward. Eps, they do hit the field, threatening the third. Oracles are poised to dive in as well. But for the most part, we're in position. Yeah, we got Lings and Queens where we're fine. We're all good. A laser is this time in position. Eps, they will threaten the base. And hey, we can even force a cancel on the fourth. We can and we will. We cancel the fourth. We kill the drone. And Showtime does threaten the shade towards the main. And a laser, he's just been up against the wall the entire game so far. Struggling to keep up. Showtime does take an economic lead. And this is what we spoke about. It's being very tech heavy. We stay on 4 gateways, only 4 gateways. And now we're going for a Robo, we're going for a Temple Archives. This is going to be for Archon production, Storm, getting into Immortals. This can lead into a second Robo and a Bay for Colossus production. Just Showtime just building up back at home towards that death bull of an army. This is his go-to. As Oracles, they get 2 more drones, almost 3, a bit of a misclick there towards the end. But they will pivot away. Speaking of, getting 1 extra drone for the gas. Oh, getting 2. Put in the Revelation. Storm is being prioritized. Chrono boost as we speak on that Storm. And a laser, his 4th base has been taken towards the south instead. Taking a backup 4th base, getting another couple of drones. And almost another. We do. And another drone, and I'm afraid to look. How many workers are full in this game? Checking the units lost tab. 20 drone kills, and throughout all of this, we've been building up. Like, the scary thing, it isn't just 20 drone kills, it's 20 drones for 2 adepts. That's how efficient we've been, and because of that, we have a standing army. We have an army back at home, we have Stalkers, we have adepts, we have upgrades on the way that we can afford. We haven't been forced to replace Oracles or replace adepts. We can be as efficient as possible. Working towards +2 now. +2 is on the horizon. Charge, Storm. And sure, Laser's building up towards Ling Hydra, and hey, Hydras are good units, but you know what's even better? Storm, but against all things light, Storm, Charge, lots of Archons. They can reign supreme. And Laser, he's taking up. Okay, I like this. So he had the option right now to just double down and max out on Ling Hydra and try to kill his opponents. It's not going to happen. It's not going to work out. Not anymore. So a laser instead working towards Infestation Bit and Lurker Den. He's building up towards Hydra Lurker Viper. That I do like. Oh my god, the blink! We locked down so many Lings! That was brutal! The blink was insane. We locked down the Lings. Again, very efficient trades here out of Showtime. And a laser, he has been struggling throughout the majority of this game. Throughout most of this game, a laser has been the punching bag for Showtime. And I'm hoping we can punch back, and we can soon once we get into Lurkers. Not just Lurkers, but once we get into Hive-Tech Lurkers is the problem. It takes time. It takes time to get there, and Showtime has been building up. How many High Templar? 6. 6 High Templar, each with at least 1 Storm. Likewise, we have gotten into some Immortal production. No Colossus or Disruptors, no second Robo or Bay, just heavily reliant on Storm and High Templar. 5 Lurkers are in production. Now, without a heavy Immortal count, these Lurkers can pose a problem. That's why I'm a little bit concerned about our lack of second Robo. I'm concerned. We do get the first Revelation off. Storm on the Lurkers does graze the army. Same time, Stasis Trap does connect on the right-hand side. A laser is maxing out, and even though he stumbled his way to this game state, he's here, is what matters. What matters most is that he has made it to Lair-Tech Lurkers. Hive is still finishing up. He's on 0-0. Ooh, that's concerning. The upgrades are heavily in favor of Showtime. But 1-1, we're getting there. We get it. It's okay. Making our way towards those upgrades. Meanwhile, I was concerned about the singular Robo, so why not throw down 2 more? It's going to be triple Robo Immortal production. Now that Showtime confirmed that it was going to be Lurkers, now he realizes how many Immortals he needs and what kind of situation he's in. Likewise, +1 air attack is on the way as well. This is to get ready for a Skytoss transition. We're not working on it yet, but, you know, it's on the horizon. So start working towards +2, and then the Fleet Beacon, and then the second Stargate. See a laser ready for a Ling Hydra counterattack. We are in position. Showtime likewise pushing up to creep. Lurker count is getting higher. Decent lurker count. We're getting there. Lurker range will now finish up. There's that Fleet Beacon for the eventual Skytoss. Showtime has maxed. Oh. The laser testing the waters. Likewise, Prism into the main, but we have Spine Crawlers in position. We have Site Defense. More Spines on the way. Showtime again playing with fire. Pushing onto creep. Goal base is being denied. A laser attempting to take both corner bases, but so far unsuccessful. See if he gets away with top right. Pushing forward. Ooh, big spine shots going up. Yeah, we've made it to critical mass of lurker. How many lurkers? 21. 21 lurkers here for a laser. Same time we see Showtime trying to poke in, is going to bleed out Stalkers. This is okay. He wants to lose them. The High Templar! Oh my god, that was good. We take down 1 High Templar. Whew. Could have been all 3. Showtime was distracted otherwise. Prism gets shut down. Now, as we're bleeding out Stalkers and Zealots, what do we replace them with? Carrier. Carriers are on the way. And a laser does finish up that hatchery on the top right-hand corner of the map. Hasn't saturated it yet, but he's working on it. On that base. Lurker's getting within range. Immortal's having a hard time pushing in. Oh, likewise, Stalker's getting shut down as well. These are some rough losses for Showtime. Very fast, very quickly. The supply is falling for Showtime. Lurkers, they push forward. They catch out the High Templar. 2 High Templar go down. The Lurkers, they struggle to engage. And a laser, he's pulling Showtime apart. The Nexus will fall. Showtime just wasn't able to stop it, wasn't able to keep up. Again, the power spike with these ranged lurkers are insane. In saying that though, here come the carriers. The carriers forcing it back, a laser going into the main. Do we have a Nidus? We do! There we go, Nidus Worm. Towards the north. Harry's leading the way. Get one we get 2. 2 lurkers at the same time. We get more lurkers here on the right-hand side. Again, we're still waiting to hit critical mass of Skytoss. Showtime is not there yet. Please at Narcon and an Immortal. Rough losses. Same time, looks like a laser's overextended. Yeah, let's get the hell out of here. Showtime breaks through the front lines. Likewise on the left-hand side, Spores have moved forward. This is where Tempest would be ideal. But alas, we have no Tempest ready. Do you have any High Templar? Only 3. Barely any Storms. So the fact that a laser is committing to mass Hydra like this, I really enjoy. I really like this just because there's so little splash damage. There's literally this is it. 3 High Templar. Now, 4 High Templar just morphed in. They're being morphed into Archons. Decent Storm. Archons are morphing in instead. And we do join up with 2 more High Templar, but they need time. Need time for their Storms. Mesa slowly pushing forward. Takes down the Nexus. Do you see Showtime attempting to expand elsewhere? Does catch on the Hydra's massive storm. Very nicely done. Storm catches out most of the Hydras. Workers could try to come in from behind. And Sports are repositioning as well. Yeah, a lot of Spores getting caught out. Rotating over. Boom. Creep. Goal base is once again attempted at the same time as Showtime is going to be denying the fourth. We do see a laser pushing on the right hand side. Going for the fresh mining base to Showtime. He is attempting to stop him out, and we don't have a recall. The base is done. And no recall. The Hydras, they stutter step forward. Bottom left was denied. But so is center right. Cancel the expansion. Expansion is canceled. Showtime taking the center base instead. Bottom center even. Laser's getting in position. And again, Laser's been looking quite comfortable so far. I say that, Hydras are bleeding off. A laser does respond. Rotates with his army. That's a kill, not a cancel on the hatchery. Not bad. Top right was taken, but no saturation here out of a laser. Is no saturation. Hydras, they deny another base. So Showtime just wants to expand. Just wants to mine. Showtime, has he found the base? He sees a creep. He barely did see some of the creep. And I'm hoping that's enough of a tell. He sees more creep as well. Last room does finish. And it looks like we should catch these Hydras. Yeah, no way out of this. We trade off though. Hydras, they pick off one Archon. And even though Showtime has caught a glimpse of the creep here on the edge, it looks like we have yet to really confirm. There we go with the Zelnaga. We should be a little bit more aware of that hatchery. I'm hoping. But now Showtime focusing on his main force. So there's the gold. Yeah, now he knows. Yeah, there we go. Is aware. Corruptors are marooning around, looking for any stray carriers. Could even go for the Nexus. They could and they will. They're going for the base. Nexus is going to crumble. At the same time, though, Showtime pushing forward. And we're trading a base for a base. Ooh. High NG, High Templar goes down. Archons, they do tank quite an amount of shots. And we break through the line of Spine Crawlers. Corruptors, they turn back around. Nice feedback. Good storm. Corruptors is zoned away. Top right hand corner base is under fire as well. And we can always recall. We can always recall back home if need be. We actually have 2 recalls. Those extra recalls available. We clean up the lurkers. Very efficient trades here. No detection for the Zerg. And Alaze in a bit of trouble here. Alaze is on 4 bases. He's on 4 bases compared to what, the 5 base setup? Sorry, the 6 base setup is Showtime. Drones are getting caught out. You can see that Showtime is, sorry, that Laser was trying to expand and he's been losing bases left and right. Hatchery after hatchery have been going down time and time again. Alaze just cannot sustain his economy. Sustain himself. Oh my god. So he did pick off 22 workers. A laser now with a super maxed army. There's a Greater Spire on the way. Should be for Broodlords. The air upgrades, the fire upgrades, they're okay. They're okay for a laser. Let's go 1-2. +1 attack, +2 flyer carapace. It's okay. Do see Showtime attempting to harass, just throwing away his stalkers, replacing them with Tempest, which I do appreciate. Have our tectonic destabilizers on the way. Should be to work and start investing into Tempest production. Templar once again pulling forward. Ooh, massive storms on the lanes. Insane storms. Was risky. At the same time, Immortals reveal themselves. Lings, they do rotate around. This army not ready to deal with Lings. Showtime does pull back, playing it safe. It's safe, playing it cool. Catching 2 lurkers. Broodlords have arrived. Oh my god, how many Broodlords? 11! Tempest would be ideal, but we have 0 Tempest. Yeah, 0 Tempest available. Tempest production only now began, but it may just be too late. As a laser, he comes in with a superior army. Storms are doing some damage, but so far not a single not a single lurker has fallen. Lurker? Broodlord, what I meant to say. I go through all of them. Not a single Broodlord has fallen. As we're gaining ground. Pushing forward. Bullying the ground army. All lurkers waddling forward. Yeah, from here, Showtime just cannot hold on. What can Showtime do? With this army, not much. When Tempest arrive, the dynamic does change. But that's only when they arrive in high numbers. On the way, a laser, double expanding. Taking the northern base, we'll saturate as quickly as possible. We are entering that kind of split map scenario. Nice storm of the Lings. Alace's out of gas, which is concerning, but is investing into Broodlord Infestor, so it's supposed to be one of the most cost-efficient armies. It's a kill in the hatchery. He's moving out. He wants to refine his army even further by getting rid of some of these Hydras and Lurkers. Work towards Broodlord Infestor, the end game. Has arrived. Our laser is pushing forward. How many broods? There's still 11. Oh! Fungal does connect. We catch 2 Templar. There he goes. Templar go down. That means we can threaten this expansion once again. Sure, they're having a hard time keeping up. Yeah, top right is going down. Bottom left under fire. Showtime's building up his forces. Attempting to threaten those corruptors and brutes. And let's get a decent storm off. Storm lurkers are called out. And the Broodlords, they lead the charge. Tempest are doing what they can. Fungal does connect. Now we collapse in. Do we have a storm? We do. Corruptors do split. The storm does open them away. Showtime is holding. And a laser, he bleeds off a lot of supply pushing in. And again, a laser has no gas. The laser has no gas left. Is starving out here. Do we have Neural? No. Have not researched Neural either. In case we did need it. Bungles will connect. We're running out of anti-air, we're running out of corruptors. A massive storm of the corruptors, and Laser's gonna lose everything. He's gonna lose every single corruptor, and there's no more anti-air. GG gets called, and Showtime will just out-trade his opponents, will starve a Laser out, and will take the game. GG. Laser was doing well. I was very impressed with Laser's ability to get into a longer game, to stabilize, to pull Showtime apart for a time and pick off bases and get into his Broodlords, but the reality is that in a head-on fight, he could not engage. He had no Vipers to help zone away or help deal with the Tempest or the Carriers to pick away at them. Likewise, there was no Neural to do something similar, just so the Infestors could be a little bit more supportive against the Skytoss in case there was ever a dive. And likewise, Showtime doing a great job there at just outmaneuvering a Laser when it mattered most. Outmaneuver him in the end, and now we're getting ready for game number 2. Showtime takes the lead, but that was the game. That was a game, Poppy. That was a game. Oh my god. And now we're getting ready for game number 2. I need some coffee. Okay, we're good. We're good. Oh, I just realized I didn't update the title. My apologies. I just realized it says Laser versus TBD. Laser versus Showtime. My apologies. I thought I had fixed that. But now we're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the top right hand corner of Crimson Court. We have our Polish Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Liquid down in this series. But it was only game 1. This is the best of 5. Plenty more games ahead of us. It is Showtime. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the German Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Berlin International Gaming, BIG. It is Showtime. Again, Showtime was popping off in the early game. If you remember, he killed 20 drones. He killed 20 drones over the course of the first, 7 minutes of the game. And what did he lose? 2 Adepts. 2 Adepts for 20 drones. It was insane how efficient and how much value Showtime was getting and how much he was bullying a Laser. Now, Laser from that moment did stabilize. He did turtle up and work towards Hydras and Hive Tech and Lurker Tech. He did get there in the end. But Showtime was just trading so damn efficiently, was doing such a great job at denying these fringe bases, making sure that the Laser's economy was in check. And as a result, the Laser, he did starve out towards the end there. We did point out that there was just no gas income or no gas bank at all for a Laser. But now we're entering Crimson Court, and we got a lot of bases to take. We got oh boy, we have seen some split map scenarios here on this map on Crimson Court, and considering the players that we're working with, we could embrace that every game. Honestly, for most of these games, these could be some longer ones, and where our players just kind of settle into a 4-base setup and max out. It's again the kind of player that Showtime often is. But we'll keep an eye on it. We'll keep an eye on it. As we're getting into opener, Hatch Gas Pool. Standard opener out of a Laser. Likewise, Showtime going for a gate expanded to Cybercore into our takeoff choice. It's going to be a Stargate once again. Should be an Oracle opener, and we have a lot to live up to. As a reminder, how many drones did Showtime kill early on? 20. He killed 20 workers with his Oracle and Adept harass, and he only lost 2 Adepts. It was insane how much damage and how well Showtime was performing early on, but the question is, can he replicate that success? Or after, a 25-minute game, it's also a stamina test, right? It's a test of endurance between these players. Can we keep it up? Can we maintain throughout this series, or will a Laser fight back? Will he be able to minimize his losses, get away with more greed? Shall see. For now, first Adept moves out. Trying to get read what's going on. Checking our vision, we have confirmed the location of the third base. It is the forward third. This is primed for a 3-base all in. Not gonna lie. You taking this base does mean that your creep spreads a lot faster across the map as we've taken the forward third. Meanwhile, at F-Stage, shaded, not good! And they cancel the shade. They get 4 drone kills. They're not done. They're gonna get a 5th. Oh, they're trying to. And it looks like they will not, just barely. Whew. The Sim City working quite well there for a laser. We did slow down the Adepts. That could have been so much worse. I mean, that was already pretty good. That was good for showtime. 4 drone kills. Now, what I was getting at is that usually when you take this base, you can prioritize the Rich Resting Gas Geyser. You can prioritize the gas, and this can lead into a Roach all-in, where it's not quite a German taxi, just because the rush distance by ground is quite short, especially with the forward base. Just walk across. You just walk across the map. Just waddle the queens across the map. Waddle them to the other side, and you can pop off. Can commit to the all-in, or you could even just go for the German taxi variation, or some subway variation, if you will, if you want. Oh, as the Oracle comes in and we get 3 more drone kills. We got 2 drones in top right. We got 3 drones here at the center base. Solid damage so far. And remember, we have a lot to live up to. We killed 20 workers last time. This time, we've killed 9. Half of that. But we haven't lost anything either. Oh, I mean, we've lost 2 adepts. Speaking of, additional adepts on the way. They are on the way. They do pick off 2 more drones. At the same time, adepts do commit to the shade, going for the mineral line. Drones are exposed. They are exposed, but it looks like we will clean up these adepts. It is not going to be a free trade, and not this time. As every adept does fall. We do get 16 drone kills, which is good. But we are now that much more vulnerable back at home. I say that, never mind. Stasis trap goes off. We do react in time. But essentially, this third base is safe and secure. How do you punish this third? By knocking down these rocks, or by mining through these minerals. Without doing either one, the third is safe and sound. Third is safe and sound. But we don't get eyes on the rocks. We don't see, we do not know. Still in the dark, I saw what's going on. And a laser throws down a Roach Warren. I mentioned before how this can lead into an all-in, and I'm curious if that's the case here. A laser cutting works at 49. Turning up a little bit. Beating up another drone. Rocks are knocked down, and Showtime, he's unaware. Uh-oh. Yeah, Showtime, he's not ready for this. Lings, they do slip in. They're going for the shield battery. Oh, the charge is popped, but the shield battery will go down. Oracles do make it in time, thankfully. Oracles do make it back. Meanwhile, Laser has cut works at 55. That is, again, just under 3-way saturation. And does a laser intend to just double down and send it? If he doesn't, I mean, Showtime is building up towards second robo, Bay +1, Blink, getting ready for, yeah, that mid-game. And a laser has not joined in quite some time. Yeah, we're sending it. We're going for the all-in. The Queens, they're walling across the map. Is there a name for this? Is it like the... I know we have the Italian Vespa, but like what happens when you just walk? It's like the Danish walk? Like the... I don't know. But we're waddling across the map, and we are completely all in. It's all or nothing here for a laser. Can Showtime hold? He does spot this ahead of time. Blink is done. Destructors are on the way. +1 finishing up in a couple of seconds. The Wilds, they take down the pylon, or they try to at least. Pylon does survive. A laser going for the proxy hatch right here in the front door. I mean, that's a way to spread creep. Wait, is this hatch tech? It is. It's a hatch tech all in. That's why we have to go for the. That's why we have to go for the expansion. Yeah, we go for the extractor trick. I say extractor trick. Going for just the cancellation. Going for the creep tumor. For those that are curious, when you cancel a hatchery, a little tiny bit of creep does spawn underneath the hatchery, so it allows you to throw the hatchery, cancel, and then you can spread creep. Here's a little trick you can use. The Nova. Oh, massive connection. First Nova was good. The second, a little bit less so. We're locking down the army. There is no escape. Captures are being targeted down. say that we do pop the overcharge. The Ravager's getting on top of it. Will bile it down as well. Station Trap does run out. And yeah, it looks like we have a defender. We do hold. GG gets called. Showtime survives the all-in and takes a 2-0 lead. GG. A very solid defense there out of Showtime. He was able to cripple the economy. He was able to scout the all-in ahead of time. And likewise able to defend quite well there, making use of those Blink Stalkers, taking up into Disruptor production and making use of them as well to knock down the army, to lock it down even. Just very impressive stuff here. Showtime needs one more, uno más, to qualify for the closed qualifier. One more Bappy is all he needs. One more. And we'll see if he can pull it off. Meanwhile, a laser is up against the wall. No more mistakes. No more mistakes allowed here. We can't allow that to happen. We just have to play our best and tighten things up here against Showtime. The problem so far that we've seen that's been permeating throughout all the games is the early game Adept and Oracle harass. The early game harass has been going heavily in favor of Showtime, and it does allow him to get a much more comfortable mid game. Is the problem is that it just gives him that edge, it gives him that economic advantage, and suddenly that just puts more and more pressure on the aggressings or on the Zerg player that now has to become the aggressor. Because if you play it out standard, you're just behind. It's the reality there. So we've had a couple of different responses so far, and we'll see what our answer is going to be. How we react, how we respond. As a reminder, we still have one more series after this. Una más, papi, una más. After this series. Let's go. Let's go. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. And you can hear the beeps. We're getting into Oceanborn. Oceanborn, that's our map of choice. Let's go. Let us go. Getting into game 3 again. One more win is all that Showtime needs to get his win to qualify for the closed qualifiers. Meanwhile, Laser, he has to fight back here and now to have a chance at redemption. At that ace match, and here we go, spawning in the bottom hand corner of Oceanborn. We have our red Zerg player from the land of Poland down in this series. He has to fight back here and now to have a chance at forcing the ace match to make a series out of this. From the land of Poland, representing Team Liquid, it is a laser. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the German Protoss player leading the series 2-0, 1 game away from qualifying. Una más is all he needs, representing Berlin International Gaming, BIG. It is showtime. It is showtime. Crazy. We go. So now we're settling down, and oh, it's tempting. It's tempting to go for a 3-way soul lane on this map. German taxis are very common. They're very common in PvZ, specifically on Oceanborn, so I would not be surprised if a laser does embrace that. We've seen him do it before. We could do it again. We could see him do it again. Specifically, if you remember, we've seen a laser go for a variation where we see a lane drop towards the natural and a lane drop towards the main at the same time as your Queen Roach Ravager pushes towards the third base. I'm just trying to pull the Protoss player apart, and we've seen it work. We've seen it succeed. We've also seen it fail. It was quite trendy for some time. It was quite trendy. I want to say May, like April, May, coming into June, kind of era of StarCraft. It was quite trendy. Basically, the week surrounding DreamHack Dallas. But yeah, we haven't seen too much of it since. So maybe just a build that's been phased out, as it became a little bit too common and players got too good at defending against it. True. Did notice that as well. So for now, we're settling in, and we have our tech of choice. Going to be a Stargate opener at a showtime. It's going to be the Stargate. Should be for Oracles once again. There's no reason to deviate. Again, based on the damage that Showtime's been doing every game. Even last game, it wasn't 20 drone kills, but it was 16 nonetheless, which is a mineral line. Even that is good enough, more than good enough. As we do move that across the map, the depth does shade out. Layers are forced to invest into additional lings just to defend. And we've seen Showtime pop off with these devs before, but this time, yeah, it's going to be turned away. This time we're ready. Ooh, even one adept goes down. Not a bad pick off. Not bad. First adept does fall. Forcing back the army. Oracle now spawns in. Again, triple Oracle opener. Shouldn't be much of a surprise. As Oracle moves out towards the third. Meanwhile, Lings, they hit their own third base, but Showtime's in position. He will defend. Now, this does at least mean that the adepts aren't across the map harassing, which means we only get 2 drones. Well, we get a third drone at least towards the end, but again, this damage pales in comparison to what we were seeing previously in Game 1 and Game 2. The adepts are pinned back. Second Oracle's on the way. Third Oracle's in production. And Alasia has been able to minimize a lot of his losses. Has been able to maintain his worker count for the first time in a long time. Likewise, we're in position for the Oracles. Things, they hit the third. They at least just keep tabs on these adepts. Era Chambers on the way for +1. And Lings, once again, they move in. Once again, they hit the pylon and they're going for the third. It does complete. And we shouldn't commit. Well, we do commit. Lings were already in position, and Showtime, he overextends. The Oracles will make up for that, though. We do focus on as many drones as we can. Oof. We do fly over the third base. Spore's going to be going off, and one more shot. We do get it. Oracle goes down for 8 drones. Again, not a bad trade for a laser. It was 11 workers in total. For 7 adepts and 1 Oracle, I would kind of favor the Zerg player here. Would you want to be more efficient than that? Do need to be more efficient. Alas, Showtime is slipping up. Back at home, embracing Charge, Archon, Immortal. So it's just gonna be building up. Skipping Blink? Yeah, it is gonna be skipping Blink. Very Christiana-esque. Actually, much more aggressive. Actually, I would say, my apologies as it's just sinking in. This is the most aggressive follow-up that we've seen in quite some time. But I may be speaking too soon there because we are still throwing down additional gateways. Could still be working towards Storm. Okay, let's go. I don't see Storm. We prioritize Archons. The first Archon is morphing in. The Prism is coming out. We have a massive gateway explosion. We should be pushing. Showtime is going to be moving out with the completion of these gateways and of the War Prism. This is going to hit like a truck. Just mass charge Archon. This is the most aggressive build that we've gone for so far this series. Showtime hasn't had to have gone for like more aggressive builds. Like in these longer macro games, has been looking strong and looking better. But why not spice things up a little bit here? Moving out already. Being very cavalier with the army. But here comes that Prism and show us the warp in. Oh no, we're supply blocked. Yeah, a little bit supply blocked. We do need some extra warp ins. This is not enough. There we go. We have a handful more zealots on the way. Showtime does break out of the supply block. But yeah, Showtime just doesn't have the numbers. It's just a numbers game at this point. Did need more zealots. Has to pull back. A laser defends. A laser expands. Looks like Showtime has to back off and hit later timing with +2 and Storm. It's taking another expansion. By Zealots, they distract a laser, dragging him back home. A laser looking quite comfortable. Like, sure, a laser lost some workers, true, but only 15. It could have been worse. Could have been last game or the game before that. Like, 15 workers is still good, but this is the least amount of damage that a laser has taken at this stage of the game so far in the series. You can see Showtime is building up. Yeah, 2 more robos on the way. It's going to be for massive mortal production. Should be starting up +1 air attack soon. And likewise, we're wielding up our Hydra Lurker Viper arm. We're in for a long one, essentially. Showtime was gearing up for a timing, but got supply blocked, and I feel like we missed our timing, so... Alright, getting ready here for a longer one. I'll run by. I get some damage done. It's okay. It's workers. Just chips away at the base. And yeah, from here, Showtime is just building up. He has no reason to move out. He's just turtling up, building up more Immortals, more Archons. I mean, sure, Laser has map control, and he does have 100 drones. He had 100 drones. There we go. Throwing down a massive wall of side defense, spine crawlers, spores, anything and everything that we can spend our money on here at this point. We are moving out. See a laser with a split push. Like Showtime trying to be active. And who hits first? Well, I mean, the lurkers are revealed. You know, we already have mass Hydra Lurker. No Vipers. We've been very prone to Viper production. Like, a laser hasn't really embraced them too much. At least in this tournament. Lurker heavy style. Lurkers again are confirmed. We do see Showtime. Initially he builds up the immortal count and then he's just making room. Now we're working towards the fleet beacon. Fleet beacon, second forge, it's going to be for of course Skytos. We're getting ready for a Skytos transition. I almost said Sky Terran. There's not even a Terran player left in the tournament. Like, We are getting ready to embrace that. Especially now that the lurker count is getting higher. At the same time, Nidus Swarm's into the main and the natural base, or main and the third. Uh-oh. And one of the Nidus Swarms is going to finish. The Nidus, it will complete. Lurkers get unloaded. Showtime is distracted. Does catch out a good chunk of lurkers, though. Lurkers go down, and even though these lurkers do burrow in time, they don't actually get any damage done. They kill gateways, they get the cybercore. Shield battery, what to say. Ooh. This strike point is brutal, by the way. 3 high Templar go down. Massive pickoffs, but it looks like we will clean this up nonetheless. Laser dropping in supply. Does drop in supply. Showtime, for the most part, retains himself. Has yet to really embrace Skytos. Yeah, we're not there yet. Not yet. We're getting there. Meanwhile, we can see a laser taking control of the map. If I want to be a little bit critical, I would say the laser needs these fringe bases. We need to take these center bases as quickly as possible and mine from them as quickly as possible to take minerals and resources away from your opponent. Otherwise, they will eventually take that base. And once they do, you want us to be mined out. Or at least as much as we can. No longer a game like this. So I'm going to be going up. Workers pushing forward. At the same time, Lings, they do collapse on the base. Oh, but we bleed out a lot of lurkers. How many was that? That was 8. That was 8 lurkers going out. Oh my god, expensive losses. Jesus. Very expensive. Laser can afford those losses for now. His own bases have been left untouched. Unlike in these previous games, Showtime has been unable to deny the 5th. But is at least denying the 6th. Big storm. Oh my god, massive storms on the lurkers. And we will clean them up. The lurkers, they all get completely shut down. Do we have any lurkers left? 1. We have 1 lurker remaining. Defensively back at home. Speaking of, 14 more lurkers on the way. We don't have any corruptors. We don't have a spire. Oh. No spire. That is a little bit concerning. That's not just that we don't have a spire, but we're not working on upgrades for the flyer attack or flyer carapace. It is concerning. See laser pushing right down mid. Does get the high ground. And nicely he does wedge himself in between the bases, but here comes the Tempest. And what is the answer to the Tempest? What is our answer? We didn't have one. Yeah, we have to back off. We have to unburrow. There's no Corruptors. There's no Viper. There are barely any Hydras. The Tempest, they reign supreme. Getting so much done already. Getting another lurker. And GG gets called. There's literally no answer to the Tempest, no anti-air, and Showtime will take the series at 3-0, qualifying for the closed qualifier. GG. I could sense the frustrations from a laser there. Like, a laser had a bank, but if you remember, he only had 5,000 minerals, and he barely had any gas. He barely had any gas there to work with. GG, well played. Showtime will take it. Again, a laser he didn't have any gas, which means he couldn't reinvest into like an anti-air army. Just didn't have anything to work with. He was maxed out, which means that if you saw here, was making 8 Hydras. 8 Hydras at a time. That's all he could make, and with that, congratulations. Showtime just flexing his skill here, showing his prowess in PvZ, looking very terrifying in this matchup. I mean, here in game number 3, there was a moment where things were looking a little bit shaky. If you remember, Showtime was trying to hit a timing with charge and +1, and his Archons, and then he missed it. He was supply blocked, he didn't have enough Warpins available, and he had to race back home. We thought that was maybe a good moment for a laser, but alas, Showtime was able to get into a solid 4-base setup, 4-base economy, into eventually a 5th, and yeah, was just defending very well, defending very nicely here with his Immortals and Archons. He was shutting down so many lurkers at a time. We saw so many times they were just left and caught exposed, and Showtime was doing what he does best. That is just fighting as efficiently as possible. GG. GG, well played. With that, we have one final series. We have one series left here. It all comes down to this. It all comes down to a laser versus Psionic. Now again, Showtime has qualified, but a laser is still in this. A laser is going to be knocked down to the bronze match where he has a ZVP versus Psionic waiting for him. Let's go. Let me just quickly set that up. There it is, a laser versus Psionic, best of 5. Now, Again, I do think that Psionic may even have had a better chance against Showtime. For those that are curious, Psionic has been popping off specifically in PvP. He seems like a PvP sniper, and he made it all the way this far in the tournament based off of that matchup. He struggled against Lambo, and now he's up against a Laser. A Laser, I would say, is a comparable player to Lambo. Like, as Zerg players come in Europe, I do think that Laser and Lambo are pretty close in skill, and they do go back and forth as number 3 and number 4. They do go back and forth, and it's hard to really judge, you know, who's the strongest at the time, which means best of luck to Psionic. Best of luck, baby. Oh, do we have like a firework emote? Enjoy. Enjoy the 4th of July. I didn't even notice. Like, we usually try to point stuff like that out. But for those of you that are in the Americas, yeah, hope you're enjoying yourselves. Happy 4th of July. It's already the 5th here. It's already the 5th of July here in Australia. It's already the next day. But for those of you that, you know, are maybe still in the 4th, yeah, congratulations. I hope you enjoy your Day of Independence. Hope you enjoy. America Day. Yeah. Hope you enjoy it. Oh. As we're getting ready for the final series, it all ends here. It all ends in a Laser versus Psionic. Let's go. Final series of the night. I will get those predictions ready. We'll get them ready here. And Vetoes are underway. Vetoes are underway as we speak, and once they're done, we can just jump right on in to our final best of 5. It's been a long event. It's been a long event so far here. I mean, it hasn't even been that long. It's been like 5 hours, but like the downtime was brutal. Downtime was always brutal, but we can embrace it. We can embrace the final series. I'm getting my second wind. We're good to go. We are good to go. And I hope the Psionic is here. I'm a little bit concerned. Let me just double check here. I don't see Psionic in game. And I hope he knows. Hope he knows that that he's still in this. Okay, we're good. We're good. He's just AFK. Alright, Psionic is just AFK. Was just AFK. But hopefully he can come back to us. And then we can embrace our next series. Hopefully there's no walker. Okay, we're good, we're good. He's back. So Vetoes are going to be underway. Vetoes are going to be underway, and we're going to be going on a short break. Going to be going on a very short break. When we return, we will have the final series to determine who else makes it into that closed qualifier. So far, we've had Showtime, as well as Lambo, a Protoss and a Zerg. Unfortunately, that we won't be seeing a Terran player join them. I mean, I say that. Spirit is already invited. Clem is already invited. Hero Marine, Big Gabe is already invited as well. You've already got the big 3 European Terrans in the closed or in the main event. So you got your Terran representation already. I was hoping that maybe we'd see some more Protoss here, but I mean that's where Psionic popped off, and he still can. He still can. We'll see you guys in a couple of minutes with the remainder of the qualifier. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2024 Europe Open Qualifier, the final qualifying spot here in the European Qualifier. I'm, of course, host Live VIP, and a big shout out to Wardy. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great cast, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening, as I'm sure he's going to get some food. And I'm a little bit celoso. I'm a little bit jealous. It is about to be 7 a.m. in the morning here in Australia, but we are still going strong. One series left, one qualifying slot remaining, and it's going to go one of two ways. The way of the Protoss or the way of the Zerg. We're here to find out. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our French Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Team Little Fairy. It is Psionic. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Polish Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Liquid. It is a laser. And if you are in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you believe will be the final player to qualify. Will it be the favorite player in a laser or the underdog in Psionic? Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. Predictions open. Just gonna be posting, and again, yeah, big shout out to Wardy, of course. Wardy, another fellow caster, has been covering all the qualifiers, as have many of the others, of course. Shout out to Wardy, the other language casters as well, the other English casters like Steadfast. Zombie Grub was also casting, and I believe has also gone offline to celebrate the 4th of July. Likewise, if you happen to be in the United States or in the Americas, then happy 4th of July to you. It is the 5th of July here, but regardless, you know, enjoy your celebration. As we are now embracing this best of 5. Game number 1, Vetoes, of course, did conclude, and we have our first game. Now, when it comes to Psionic, some of you may be a little bit unfamiliar. I mean, I'm sure, you know, Wardy was covering some of the matches earlier. But Psionic, he has been popping off here tonight. He went further than anyone thought he ever would. He brought down Spats, he brought down Skillus, he brought down Christianer. But there is something that all those players have in common. Protoss. Purely by PvPs, Psionic made it all the way to a qualifying match. Purely off of PvPs. And I was even saying, you know, before this match was being held, I was saying that if a laser had beaten Showtime, I would say that Psionic would have a better chance versus Showtime than he would against a laser. In a PvP, that seems to be Psionic's stomping ground. That seems to be like his forte, is the PvP matchup. But alas, it's not a PvP, it's a PvZ. Something quite different, and we've yet to really see kind of his final form, or we've seen him really flex and showcase himself in this matchup. He did struggle earlier against Lambo, now he's up against a laser, and he's going for a Twilight Council opener. Okay, something more aggressive. Something more aggressive. I mean, I know it's getting late in Europe. It's getting close to midnight, right? So, France time. What time is it in Europa? Soon to be 11 p.m. So it's getting quite late in Europe, getting quite late. So, oh boy, it's also been a bit of an endurance test here for a lot of these players. Has been an endurance test. It's been a 5-hour qualifier so far, and there we go. We have not pulled out of gas, so it's not Glaive Adepts. It's going to be a Dark Shrine opener instead. Now, we saw this from Psionic against Lambo earlier, where Psionic tried to go for a proxy Dark Shrine. It got found, it got shut down very quickly on post-youth. Here, there's no proxy. It's back at home instead, and we'll see how a laser responds to this. Now, a laser has been known for cutting corners and being greedy. That's how we saw Showtime pull him apart. Showtime with his Adept and Oracle Harass got so much damage done in every single game. Likewise, we do deny some mining time. Spores are morphed in just in time. But we do come into the shade, into the main. We dip into the main base. Drones are finally going down. We get 1, we get 2. We get 3, and can we get 4? It looks like, oh, we barely won't. 3 drones, it's an okay amount of damage for 1 Adept. Less so for 2. As we do clean this up, the Adepts are shut down. Proxy Pilot is being set up as we speak. Interesting variation. I just realized this is a proxy. Sorry, this is a Dark Shrine opener without a robo. There's no robo. There's a bit of a give and take here. On the one hand, this can hit a little bit harder. Oh, sorry, a little bit faster because we can warp in across the map. The downside, there's no Warp Prism. What does that mean? That means no Archon control. Also, no Archon juggling or no Archon harass as a follow-up. So, sure, on the one hand, the DTs get across the map a little bit faster, but they have a little bit less viability when it comes to the aftermath, right? Getting into Archons and, you know, hunting down Overlords and dropping into the main and getting drones. Like, there's a lot more micro potential with a Warp Prism. Instead, we're going purely for the DTs, and we're following it up with the depths. Oh my god, Psionic, calm down. DTs are welling in. Where's the detection? Uh-oh. We spoke about it. This hits that much harder, and there is no Spore. There's a Spore in the way, the natural Spore in the way, in the main base. The third is going to go down. We have a Transfuse, but I don't think we can save it. It's too little too late. Spore is almost halfway done, but the hatchery is so low, and we will get a kill on the third base, and what else can we get done? The third base does fall, and we can get even more. We go for the Spore. Spore gets shut down. We can head in towards the natural. There aren't that many queens here to lock down the DTs. But the DTs, they are zoned away. At the same time, third base is getting up and running, and we have the follow-up. We have those Glaive Adepts. We have how many gateways? We have 3 gateways for the time being, but we have 2 more on the way. It's going to be a 5-gate setup. 5-gate Glaive Adepts here. It's going to hit like a truck. And if a laser does not throw down a Roach Warren, if he stays on Ling, then a laser... Okay, no, we got a Roach Warren. We're okay. We have the tools to defend, but we don't really have the economy. We catch a queen! 1 more queen goes down. Up! We get a second queen as well. And we're going for a third. We don't quite get it, but 2 queens is pretty good. 2 queens, the third base, of course. Roaches are amassing, thankfully, for a laser. He hasn't quite seen the follow-up. He saw the third base, but not much else. But he's playing it safe. And because of these roaches, he will have a backbone to his army. He'll have a standing army against the Adepts. Now, what's scary is that these Adepts, they could just avoid those roaches entirely, as it looks like a laser's cutting workers. Ooh. He's cutting drones at 45, and we're amassing an army. As we force another cancel and another queen! Another queen goes down. The Spore does burrow in time, and we get a surround. We shut down the Archon. Meanwhile, the Adepts have arrived. How many roaches do we have? 10. 10 roaches so far. But we could try to avoid them. Roaches being targeted down. Flush Transfuse. 1 roach does fall. Oh, Ling's going to be collapsing on this. They're going for the surround. Very nice catch. A laser. He shuts down the Adepts. The Vials, they connect. A big overextension from Psionic. Yeah, every Adept goes down. There was potential with this Adept harass, but alas, it gets completely shut down. And a laser is moving out. We see Psionic in a panic, throwing down a wall of cannons, a wall of shield batteries. He's vulnerable, and a laser, he's moving out with his all-in. Roaches, Ravagers, Lings. A laser has barely an economy behind this. Psionic, he has 20 probes on his opponent. That's 65 workers compared to the 45 of a laser. But what about the army? What about the army as a laser is completely all in? Side defense is finishing up. That's going to be a kill on the first shield battery. Blink is still on the way. Uh-oh. Blink is still in production. Files, they will connect. Ooh, they bring down a Stalker. But the Ravagers, they're looking quite vulnerable. We get 1. We pick up a Ravager. Cannon coming into play as well. The Vials, they take down the shield battery. They barely do not. Shield battery takes another Bile. The army's being zoned away. It is being zoned away. We're making our way towards the third base. We do have another warp in, and we're running out of roaches. We're running out of Ravagers. We have DTs, of course. No detection. No detection. Probably the 1 DT holding the line. And Psionic, he defends. He survives. And a laser, he's stuck on 45 drones. We can't macro out of this. It's just not going to happen. Uh-oh. He's not going to be able to pull this off. The Vials, they up. Don't quite connect. Blink is now done. We chase down the roaches. And we see a laser. Does try to trap the army. Detection is available. Oof. DT goes down. We punish the Stalkers. Yeah, Psionic did overextend. But a laser is still all in, and we're down to 4 Ravagers. Like, we barely have an army. Sure, we have Lings, but again, we can kite against them. We now have Blink. We focus on the Ravagers. We're down to 3. 3 Ravagers left. Down to 2. Oh my god. Down to 1. Okay, we do reinforce with 2 more Ravagers, but again, the backbone of this army is no longer there. And the soup does lie. As a laser, sure, you can see here he's got more army supply, or more supply in general, but it's inflated here by Roach Ravager. Psionic has the more efficient army. Overcharge is popped. And Psionic, as long as we can micro well against this, as long as we can blink well and micro back, then we can clean this up. Yeah, the Lings are falling. The Ravagers thereafter. And a laser, he crumbles. GG gets caught. Psionic takes game number 1. Let's go. GG, well played. Oh my god, a wild game there out of Psionic, going for the initial DT opener, but a unique variation of Dark Templar. I should try to emphasize that a little bit more. Remember, we spoke about it. I was concerned. I was concerned because there was no Robo, which is like, okay, if these DTs don't get damage done, there's no Archon drop, right? There's no Archons to follow up to gain value over time. Instead, we had to get damage done with the DTs, and a laser had 0 spores. Thankfully for Psionic's sake, there was 0 spores available. 0 spores for a laser, and we knocked down the queens, the base. We got so much damage done, we forced the all-in. And the Glaive Adepts were lackluster. I will say that. The follow-up Glaive Adepts, they didn't get much done because we had invested into those roaches, but you could argue that we shaved off wings and we still traded, and it did give Psionic the forewarning he needed to prepare back at home with that wall of cannons and shield batteries. And with that, Psionic takes the lead. And we need 2 more. That's what I should say. It's a best of 5. It's still a best of 5. Still got plenty more games ahead of us. It is not going to be an easy road for Psionic, but he is one step closer to making it into the closed qualifier. Oh my god. Let's go. Send it, Papi. Send it. As spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the underdog himself, the French Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Team Little Fairy. Up in the series, it is Psionic. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Polish Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Team Liquid, the favorite player currently down in the series, but looking to bounce back, looking to redeem himself. It is a laser. Latest Prime Gaming time. Night grind, baby. Oh god, you're an animal. You're an animal. Hello, as we're going for our natural base. Okay, a laser did kind of fake out his drone, did allow the probe to slip into the main, and is allowed to take his natural. Let's go. So a laser able to open up a little bit more comfortably here, able to expand where he so chooses. Psionic will confirm this. Does confirm. And this should just be a hatch gas pool opener for a laser. Meanwhile, Psionic back at home will keep an eye on him, already spicing things up with a more unique DT opener. But I don't expect to see that again this series. You know, as amazing as it was, I expect to see something quite different, whether it's a Stargate or even a Glaive Adept opener, maybe a more standard DT opener. But typically, if you take a game with something unique, you don't want to do it again in the series. At this level of play, you know, we have to respect a laser enough to be able to react, to respond, and adapt to Psionic. I would imagine that if a laser recognizes a Twilight Council opener, he's going to be a lot more fast, a lot more quick to respond with spores. Like, I'm sure in the back of a laser's mind, or even in the front of a laser's mind, he's thinking of DTs. If it were to be a Twilight Council opener. So, I expect safer play here from a laser. And we'll see what Psionic goes for. He does throw in the pylon towards the edge of his main. That is not a bad position here for a Stargate opener. The reason for this is the time it takes for the Oracle to get across the map is reduced. So it is a little bit more efficient here if you want to get damage done. And there it is, the Stargate has been thrown down. So very different here from game number 1. Opening up what looks to be with an Oracle. Meanwhile, a laser taking the center base. Let's go. We've seen this base being taken time and time again. Usually, not always, but usually when this base is taken, it leads into a 3-base all-in. The reason for this is this base acts as a launch pad to spread creep across the map. Creep spreads very quickly across the map here from this center base. Likewise, we also have the Rich Festing Gas Geyser. So if a laser wanted to be the aggressor again, bearing in mind he was forced into an all-in last game, if he wanted to build up towards and commit to an all-in, this space would be kind of the beginning of that. The first step has been made. Doesn't have to lead into an all-in, but it's well built for it. And we'll see how Psionic does respond. For now, already investing into the Oracle. Adepts are moving out. Adepts are moving out. They do threaten the shade. So we don't quite commit. Keeping tabs here on the laser. We do get eyes on the center base. Not bad. And we're going for a very fast Twilight Council. That is the Twilight Council before a third. Very aggressive build. This looks like Glaive Adepts. This looks like we want to invest into Glaives It's going to hit a little bit later, but the reasoning for this and the idea behind this build is to kind of lure a laser into a false sense of security, allow him to drone, make sure he takes a delayed Roach Warren, and then hit him when he least expects it with Glaives. I'm assuming this is Glaives. I mean, this could also be Fast Blink. That's also a viable option. And this can lead into like a 3-base Blink all-in. We'll see what we go for. Ah, there it is. It is going to be Glaives. So there's a lot going on here as the Oracle takes a lot of hits. Ooh, takes a lot of damage. Because a laser is aware of the Stargate opener, the likelihood of this being something aggressive is quite low. So a laser, everything that he's seen so far is telling him to drone. He's droning up. Still no Roach Warren. There we go. Roach Warren at the 4-minute 30 mark. Pretty safe timing. A lot of Zerg players, we scout. There we go. I was going to say, a lot of Zerg players, they delay this until the 5-minute mark, but Overlord goes in, and the Overlord does confirm the researching Twilight Council, and we even have Spine Crawlers on the way. Big reaction here out of a laser, and very important that he scouted. This is where I have to be a little bit critical. We had a pylon here behind the natural. For the pylon for the Twilight Council to be thrown down in the main next to the Stargate, next to the edge of the base, was bold and didn't pay off. A laser sees everything. He's across the map with his Lings. Adepts are being forced back, and we're looking for a cancel. We're looking for a kill. The base is under fire. Adepts, they race back home. A big delay here on the push, and Roaches are already amassing. We have a Spine Crawler here at the center base, and yeah, laser, he's looking quite safe, quite sound. He's looking solid. And the big reason for this was the scout, of course. Glaives did finish. We're working on Blink, Forge +1. And we spoke about the all-in, the potential all-in here from a laser. He is spreading that creep. Things move out across the map. They get eyes on the army. They confirm the Glaives. And a laser, he's having a much stronger start to the game this time. Droning up a little bit more. Getting up to 3-base saturation. Creep, pushing past the halfway mark. Still making more Lings, squeezing out a couple of Roaches, taking this very seriously. Psionic does shade across the map. Lings, they hit the third once again. Psionic not in position. Probes are going down. Oh, we're going to lose the third. Psionic, now he's that much more committed into Roaches. Psionic, he looks like he canceled the shade. He heads for the center base. But again, we have a Spine Crawler. Yeah, the Adepts, they're not getting any damage done. Lings, they race back home. We do shade into the main. Roaches were lying in wait. We do split up the Adepts. We're getting some damage done. Drones are going down. Now, the problem here is that, sure, we're killing workers. The problem is the counterattack, right? These Adepts are going to be shut down. And what's at home to defend, right? What's at home to survive here? We're going to have Blink, at least. We'll have Blink finishing up. But here comes the counterattack. Like, here comes a massive counterattack out of a laser. Lings, Roaches, Ravagers. We're, of course, reinforcing with our creep highway. A laser cutting workers at 40. Okay, droning up to 49. Still, sub 50 workers. And no shield batteries. No shield batteries in position. No side defense is ready for this. A laser, he's gonna knock down this front door, knock down the main army. And there's no stopping these Roaches. Even without Roach speed, doesn't matter. We knock down the side defense, we're pushing towards the natural. Gonna be able to reinforce with more Stalkers. And with these Stalkers, we can maybe defend the natural base, but what about the third? As a laser's running out of Roaches, Lings are taking quite some time to get across the map. Overcharge gets popped. Psionic, he's holding the miles! No! Ooh, massive connections. We catch the mineral line, we take down the third. And Psionic, he's up against the wall. Again, unfortunately, this time his build of choice did not pay off. Did not work out well for him. Was scouted early on. A laser shut it down. Oh, the Artosis pylon falls. And with that, so is the Cyber Core. It's gonna go down as well. And from here, we can just back off and drone. Like a laser, he doesn't have to commit to the all-in. He can drone up, get up to 4-base saturation. Take things slow, if he so chose to. But alas, instead he decides to just knock down the front door. The gateways, the Cyber Core, it all goes out. He's going into the mineral line. Ooh, piles down the ramp. The reinforcements, and Even though these Ravagers are going to be cleaned up, we get 10 probe kills. Like, it was a worth... Oh, God, it was a worthwhile trade. Once again, the bounds do connect. A Laser, his bots are always looking for the workers. They're looking for the probes. And they find them often than not. And with reinforcements, it looks like a Laser is still breaking through nonetheless. Drone up to 58. Got 14 more workers. Psionic does survive the aggression, or does survive the push, barely. But is he really living? What do we have left? We have 14 Stalkers. 14 Blink Stalkers. With that, we're going for a Desperation counterattack. I mean, we have to end the game with this army. There's no other longevity here for Psionic. But alas, a Laser, he's able to maintain his production. He's able to rebuild, remax. GG gets called, and a Laser, he fights back, and he puts a point on the board. GG. Whew. GG, well played. With that, we're tied up. We're in a tied up series here. Again, a Laser able to get eyes on the build of choice from Psionic, despite the Stargate opener, was able to get eyes on the follow-up on the Glaive Adepts, of course, and as a result, the Glaives did not do enough damage. Likewise, it wasn't just the Glaives, but Alasia, he was so prevalent, he was so persistent when it came to Ling counterattacks and Ling run-bys. He was able to punish the third base at the same time and get probe kills, and yeah, just really pull Psionic apart. With that, we're tied up. But it's a best of 5, and I just want to see what else does Psionic have up his sleeves. You know, we've seen Stargate into Glaives here in Game 2. Game 1 was a DT opener. What haven't we seen? We haven't seen just a straight-up Glaive build, like 4-gate Glaive Adept. We haven't seen a more standard opener, like triple Oracle into a 3-base all-in. Like into a 3-base 8-gate Blink Stalker all-in. That's very map-dependent, to be fair. That is very map-dependent. But that's also something that we could see. I'm thinking of like aggressive builds. We could see Void Ray opener into Sky Toss. Like, it depends like how Psionic plays, right? Like, what does he prefer? How aggressive is he going to be? We'll find out. We will find out. Just catching up in the chat. Who is Psionic and where did he come from? Psionic, he's been around for a long time. He's been mainly like a ladder hero or like a, you know, been an active player in the online tournament scene. But for whatever reason, he popped off today. he just went Super Saiyan and just popped off tonight. I mentioned before, specifically in the PvP matchup, he's been quite successful, causing a lot of upsets, and we'll see if we can do it again. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Site Delta, we have our Polish Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Liquid, tying up the series and fighting back. It is a Laser. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Protoss player from land of France, representing Team Little Fairy. It is Psionic. I see Eon Blue in the chat. Este Eon. I'm more a fan of the mineral walls on this map myself. True, true. Shout out to Eon Blue, the champion of Home Story Cup. The legend himself. Love to see it. 39-1. Shout out to Eon Blue. Bobby, why didn't you play today? Should have played in the qualifiers. Meanwhile, hello Psionic. What's happening with the probe? This was not an option. If you remember earlier, I was like listing off like potential aggressive builds. I was like, yo, we could go like Void Ray into Sky Toss, we could go like straight up Glaive Adepts, or we could just go for a proxy. Sure, I guess so. Okay, you have my attention. We have our Gateway Cybercore back at home, and across the map, we are going for our proxy gate. We'll see how hard we commit as the probe is coming back. Okay, looks like just a 2-gate opener from Psionic. Meanwhile, a Laser forcing the unnatural. Natural, this base is going to be that much more exposed. It is primed. It is primed for Psionic to be aggressive and lay siege upon the natural. We'll see how we do to come about this. Okay, not going to be a 1-base all-in. Just a 2-gate opener. With 2 gateways, we can get into initially Zealots and then a Dipteras that much faster. We can be hyper-aggressive. Now, the scary thing here is a laser, he's going to check the front door. He'll scout the expansion. Something doesn't look quite right about this. But he may stay on a lower link count just because of the singular gateway. Against a 2-gate opener, you would make extra links. We are playing it safe, though. Okay, first adept is moving out. Here comes the second adept. So again, 2 adepts do one-shot drones, and yeah, this timing is going to be quite deadly here. There's a lot of potential to get damage done. It's going to come down to the control of Psionic. And here we go, we're shading in. The Lings are staying at the mineral line, though. We're in position. Yeah, a laser reading this so well. He does get the surround. Does get the surround. Oh, it still bleeds out. 3 drones, though. So it costs him 3. Oh, 4. 4 drone kills for 2 adepts. That's an okay trade. It's okay. But at the same time, 2 Lings, they do slip into the main base. Oof. Almost getting surrounded. Getting a full scout. Based on the pylon location, looks like another Stargate opener, but we'll keep an eye. We'll keep an eye on Psionic. As Lings are still wreaking havoc, being an annoyance. They're finally going to be cleaned up. Can we get a probe kill? Not quite. And interesting, we clean up the Lings and we're going for a Twilight Council. Bold move. Bold move here. As Lings, they flood in. They flood into the natural and they could go for the main. They could get a scout. Yeah, they're going to bust into the main base. Probes are falling left and right. The wall was not a wall. And with this Ling counterattack, we get an eye on the Twilight Council. We're fully aware of the opener, of the tech at least. And we let everyone know as well. We even attack it for good measure. And with this, a laser should be playing safe. It could be DTs, it could be Glaive Adepts. But we should be seeing a safety Roach Warren momentarily. As the Lings are cleaned up. Back at home, a laser getting fully saturated, taking his natural. Interesting. Blink is on the way. Okay. There's that Roach Warren at the 4-minute 20 mark. Nice. The laser doesn't get his Roach Warren down at a beautiful time. And with this, he will have the tools he needs to defend against the blink timing. Lings are amassing. Now, a laser's still in the dark as to what's fully going on. There is a Stalker here at the natural to deny vision and deny this Overlord from getting a full scout. But Adepts, they shade into the mineral line. Drones are going down! Oh my god, we get 6 or 7! 8 drones, not bad. 9 drones even. We didn't even go into Glaives, by the way. These were vanilla Adepts, and we get 9 worker kills. Very nice. With that, Psionic takes a worker lead. Does take a worker lead. A laser heavily droning up, trying to recover. And Psionic, with this fast blink, I mean, this is going to be beautiful defensively. Like, if we were up against something like a 3-base all-in, fast blink is going to be ideal. But you can see that Psionic, he's hiding his Stalkers. He's intentionally... never mind. I was going to say he's intentionally hiding his Stalkers, but forced to reveal his hand. Yeah, the rest of the Stalkers are shown. And now a laser can rule out Glaives. He can rule out Glaives, he can rule out DTs. We're investing a lot of gas here into these Stalkers for good reason. And because of that, you can see a laser doesn't waste any resources making Spore Crawlers. He knows he doesn't need a Spore, so no Spores wasted here at the 3rd or in the natural. Lair is about to finish up for the Overseer just in case. And then we can go for an Overseer Scout. And how many gateways do we have? Ooh, that's going to be 7. 7 gates here for Psionic. It's a 2-base all-in. So 7-gate 2-base all-in here. It's going to be an interesting one. I mean, again, a laser's playing very safe. He invested into an army. He's checking for a 3rd. Uh-oh. The Stalkers are spotted. Stalkers are spotted by a laser. Does hit the wall. Going to be distracting his opponent, still making 20 more Lings. Yeah, laser just massing Ling here. I mean, mass Ling with like a handful of roaches is all you really need against pure Blink Stalker. Stalkers, they struggle against Lings just because of their low attack rates. Because of the surrounds that you can, of course, get on them as well. A laser is supply blocked. A little bit concerning. Lings, they hit the natural. Well, we do have potential to blink into the main, but the Queens, yeah, they're in position. We're ready for the blink. A laser keeping up. Roaches are on the way. Plus on melee halfway done. And the longer this goes on, the worse it is for Psionic. The worse it's going to be. And Lings, yeah, they can just collapse on the army. They force back the Stalkers. Force a recall. Ugh, brutal losses here for Psionic. And again, there's no longevity here. There's no Forge. There's no +1. There's no third base. We're stuck on 2 bases. And a laser, he can deny the third over and over again. And the Prism can threaten, I guess, the main of a laser, but that's all we can really do here. Psionic, he has to double down. He's moving out once again. Like, Psionic knows there's no macroing out of this. At this point, there's no macroing. We gotta send it, man. The wall is still solid. A laser hasn't overdroned. Again, he's stuck to 54 workers. Like, that's just sub 3-way saturation. Playing it safe. And he wants to get, he catches out the Stalkers. This time there's no recall. GG gets called, and a laser will take a 2-1 lead in the qualifying match. GG. GG, well played. Again, a laser did make Lings early on just to be safe. Likewise, he was able to confirm the build of choice. Unfortunately, the wall was open, and in that moment, a laser, if you recall, he flooded into the main base. He saw the Twilight Council. Despite the Stalkers to deny the Overlord Scout, the Lings saw everything. We saw the Twilight Council, we made a safety Roach Warren. That also told a laser to make Lings, to just make as many Lings as possible, to play things out safely, and I feel like that's just the name of the game here for a laser. He's a favorite player for a reason, and if he just plays it out safe, if he prioritizes scouting more than anything, if he doesn't cut corners, if he's not too greedy, he's the favorite player here, and he's going to be looking to take it. Psionic may have to take a different approach. Unfortunately, the hyper-aggressive style, it worked out in Game 1, was a good way to start the series, but it's been difficult to really keep things going here. It's been difficult to catch a laser off guard multiple times in the series. I mentioned this before, but that's the downside of like cheesing and proxying, is that it can work a couple of times, but you can't really rely upon it too heavily here at this level of play, just because your opponent adapts, right? Your opponent adapts, your opponent recognizes how aggressive you are and will respond to that. It's difficult to maintain this. So we'll see. We'll see what Psionic goes for. We'll see what we got. Catching up. Unofficial champion. I've come back from over a year of inactivity to play at home Story Cup with 2 weeks of practice. I'm just going back to not playing again. No, come back to us, Blue. Come back. I had to deal with Bob that when I do the observing on the final day, I don't have to play at home Story again. I reached my goal of winning a map. I'm done. Oh, retiring. Getting out while you're ahead. I see. SC2. Working on my thesis right now. No time for SC2. Oh, best of luck. Best of luck with your thesis. Best of luck. Hello, Tortuga. Hello. Tortuga. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos. Buenas noches. As we are settling into our next game, and we're on match point. Potentially the final game of the series. I hope not. I hope we can get an ace match. But the pressure is on. The pressure is on this player here, spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alcyone. We have our French Protoss, our blue Protoss player, representing Team Little Fairy. Down to the series. One more misstep, one more mistake. It will cost him the entire series and the qualifying match. Can he bounce back? It is Psionic. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerga player from land of Poland, representing Team Liquid. On match point. One more game is all he needs to qualify for the closed qualifier of the Esports World Cup. It is a laser. Uno más, papi. One more is all he needs. And we're going for the gold. Let's go. It is time for a laser to spice things up. He's had enough reacting. Now it's time to force the opponent to react instead. We're rushing into the gold. With this, of course, we will have a boosted economy. Psionic still has to piece this together. Is going to be checking the low ground natural. We'll check the third base and should be checking the goal base thereafter. Psionic has to piece together what's going on. Is going for a double gate opener. Interesting. With a 2-gate opener, we can be a little bit more aggressive early on with Adepts. We can be active with our first 2 and potentially even 4 Adepts. Probe does confirm. And we'll see how Psionic responds. Mining through this mineral patch. Okay, I'm liking this. Setting up for the Adepts to get onto the other side of the wall. Behind the Cybercores on the way into our expansion. Again, this is not all in, but this is still a very aggressive opener here from Psionic. A similar concept to the previous game, where we delay our expansion in favor of 2 gateways, in favor of a double Adept timing. And it will be on the horizon here. Probe does confirm, just getting eyes on saturation. There we go, we have our Adepts on the way. A little bit supply blocked, but the pylon does finish up. Just a little bit uneven. The Overlord does confirm. This Overlord does get eyes on the 2 gateways, so a laser, he knows how much danger he's in. So he's making extra lings. Extra lings from a laser. Now, technically, Psionic doesn't have to go to the gold. He could try to pivot away and rotate over towards the main base instead. Like, that's the danger here of taking the gold, is that the Zerg player has to split up their forces and try to anticipate which base needs more help. Which base does need to be defended. Psionic is going for the gold. Is going for the gold base. Shading on in. Doesn't quite commit. Plenty of lings. And yeah, from here, Psionic, yeah, he can just go to the main. Proxy gateway, let's go! Proxy gateway into the natural. Send it back. Psionic will shade in. Alas, we do have some lings left over. They're in the main. Laser is in position. Was ready for this. The Adepts, they trade well, but one Adept does fall. No, okay. I was gonna say, are we gonna check? Meanwhile, the second Adept is left idle and is gonna get surrounded. Oh! Yeah, Leak Speed kicks in. Second Adept goes down. At the same time, we have more Adepts working up here at the gold. That's not able to get too much done. Behind this, we have a gateway explosion. Oh boy, we're doubling down. It's going to be 5 gates. 4 gateways back at home and 1 gateway proxied. And so far, we have no eyes on this. Oh, but the wall! Lings, they do slip in. Adepts are going down. Boys are being pulled. That one Adept, can we hold the line? Not quite. The final Adept does fall, forcing another warp in. And Lings, they're getting out of hand. They're getting out of control. Getting even another sentry. Another sentry goes down. The trades are brutal. And Psionic, he's in trouble. He wanted to be aggressive, but he has to warp in back at home. He has to warp in defensively instead. The sentry under fire. It goes down as well. Ay, ay, ay. We wanted to be across the map, but we're stuck back at home. And Elijah doesn't even know. He doesn't even know there's a gateway here. Doesn't even know there's a proxy. Do warp in some sentries. Gateway under fire. And the laser, he doesn't quite get the kill. Nice force field. We do catch some lings. Zealot does overextend, and he still wants the gateway. He wants it. He gets it. The gateway falls across the map. Hatchery finishes, and we scout the proxy. Now a laser's aware. Now the jig is up. Up until this point, he had no idea, and now we can respond. Lingers are massing. Roach Warren is finishing up, and the laser, he's all over this. Yeah, we just don't have enough. We force out the force fields. We are running out of NG. Queen's going for the sentries. We have a transfuse. We get 1 sentry. We almost get a second. Ooh, Queen goes down. Adepts have arrived. Okay, we do reinforce. Psionic causing a bit of chaos. We get another Queen. The third Queen is almost down, but the Queens, the rest of them, they rotate over to support. Plus transfuse. We bring down another Queen. Psionic, he's actually gaining ground. Is gaining ground here with these slow lots. I mean, they're slow. Hey, the force fields once again, they reduce surface area. Psionic trading quite efficiently here, but time is working against him. We still get on top of the sentries. The Queens, they collapse on the army. Oof. And the sentries are targeted down. Yeah, we're down to 2 sentries, and it looks like we're cleaning this up. The roaches have arrived. And a laser, he's done it. He shuts down the aggression. He shuts down the proxy. GG, well played. Good luck gets called, and a laser will take the series 3-1, qualifying for the closed qualifier. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to a laser. He stumbled in game 1. He gave us some hope. He gave us some faith in Psionic, but alas, in the end, a laser was able to tighten up his play, tighten up his defenses, and even be a little bit aggressive at times as well, and be the one to initiate. And with that, GG, well played. A laser will qualify. Psionic will not. But a shout out to Psionic. He had a great run. He had an amazing performance here tonight. If you missed it, if you did miss out on the bracket earlier, Psionic, he took down some big names to make it here. He caused a lot of upsets in the bracket. It was heartbreaking, and I'm sure a laser was happy for it. I'm sure he was. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Let us catch up. You can see here Psionic, he took down, from the beginning, we had some upsets. He took down Rostock, the Ukrainian Protoss. He took down Skillus, of course, one of the best Protoss players in Europe. That was a massive result here. Skillus, I was favoring him to win. I was favoring him to qualify alongside Showtime. I was like, yo, Showtime, Skillus, they're going to make it through, 100%. But no, Psionic says no. He takes down Skillus 2-0. He takes down Spats 2-0. And he takes down Cristiano 2-1. Non-stop PvPs, non-stop wins for Psionic. He's a beast when it comes to the PvP matchup. And I think we can see why. Like, we saw how chaotic he was against a laser. I feel like that chaos is like multiplied in PvP, right? It's like, it's just that much more difficult to keep up with, and I'm sure he has plenty of aggressive builds in PvP. So Psionic popped off in that mirror matchup. Unfortunately, he did end up faltering here in the next round. We saw Lambo. Lambo was able to take down Psionic 3-0, and of course, a laser took down Psionic as well. So GG, well played. Something that looks a little bit more visually appealing. Hold on. I got you. Okay, yeah, much love to the ESL bracket, but there we go. Here we go. The qualified players here through the European qualifiers are Showtime from the upper half, taking out a laser 3-0 as well. Showtime, Lambo, and a laser. This is yet to be updated, but a laser did just qualify over Psionic. So we got a laser, two Zerg players, and a Protoss. If you're curious as to where some people were, well, they probably already made it. They already qualified. If you're curious, like, yo, where are the Terrans? Where's Clem? Where's Spirit? And where's Big Gabe? I mean, they're already in the main event. they didn't have to go through the qualifiers, Pappy. They're already in. So that's why they're not here. That's why they're not here, and what is a little bit concerning, and what is a little bit stressful, I imagine, for these players, is that this was a qualifier for a qualifier. So we have a regional, we have Korean qualifier, which we casted earlier today, casted the Korean qualifier, European qualifier. Tomorrow is the Americas and the Asia qualifier as well. And we get a select amount of players to make it through these open qualifiers, to make it into the closed event, and it's top 2. Top 2 make it to the Esports World Cup. And who do we have so far? So far, from the Korean qualifier, we have Stats, Bunny, and Shin. Oh, the balance, one of each race. We have Stats, Bunny, and Shin, Zerg, Terran, and Protoss. If you missed out, I recommend the VODs. We did cast this event earlier today, and we just covered the European event. So we have our first 6 players. We have our first 6, and we will have additional players here from the Americas and from the Asia qualifier. And then over the weekend, this is the closed qualifier. We're going to have a double elimination bracket where 2 players make it to the Esports World Cup. Oh boy, 2 players will make it through. We will be casting all of the open qualifiers. Again, we're going to be covering Americas and Asia on this channel as well. So if you're interested, hit that follow button, as we will be all over the qualifiers, as we always are. If you're maybe tuning in for the first time, welcome to the CranKy Ducklings. We do cast StarCraft on a daily basis here, every single day. We cast even multiple times a day. We cast the most. We have the quantity, Pappy, the most out of all the... We're always live. We're always live, Pappy, always live. And we try to keep up with the quality as well. We do our best. I was crashing earlier. It is 7:40 a.m. in the morning. I was crashing earlier. I was having a bit of a harder time was having a bit of a harder time. But after the raid from Wardia, I got my second win. I got my second win. Let's go. But I'm gonna go to bed. My sleep schedule is ruined, but it's supposed to be ruined, so it's okay. Yeah, if you're interested, you can follow us. You can follow us on YouTube as well. We do stream on both Twitch and YouTube at the same time, so check us out if you're interested. If you want some of that YouTube content, we got you covered. Also, I'll pay out the predictions. Of course. I will pay out those predictions. Got you covered. Catching up with the chat. Gracias, papi, gracias. Thank you, Gabagoob, even. Thank you. Yeah, with that, we're done here for the night, and we're going to be back tomorrow with some more StarCraft, as always. So tomorrow we're going to be live with the Asia Qualifier and the Americas Qualifier. Day after that is going to be KSL. Day after that is going to be Sparkling Tuna Cup, into the ESL Open Cups. We have WTL over the next weekend, Kung Fu Cup, Cheesadelphia is in 2 weeks. We are also going to be covering that, I believe. We're going to be one of the casters for Cheesadelphia if you're interested in some NA StarCraft. And yeah, all of our regular scheduled broadcasting. Alright, I was bringing up the Open Qualifiers earlier because of the closed qualifier. We won't be covering the closed qualifier. I believe that is being covered by like the main EWC casters. I don't know who, but from my understanding, they're gonna be live with the EWC Twitch channel, and they're gonna be broadcasting the closed qualifier. That is not open to us. Unfortunately, I would love to cast it, but not gonna be open to us. It's gonna be covered by the EWC casters, whoever that may be. I don't think there's any official announcement, but they'll be covering that. Otherwise, thank you so much. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for the support. We're going to be heading off for the day. The sun is up. The sun just rose. I can see it rising ahead of me. Oh. Time to go to bed. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. We'll find someone to send our love to. So give them a chance. Give them some support. I see Sort of is laddering, so we could raid Sort of. Or we could find someone else to raid. We'll figure it out. Otherwise, thank you so much. We'll see you guys next time. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao. You can also support us. You can subscribe. You can check out our Patreon. You can support us if you wish in other ways. Or follow. A follow is all that we ask. We'll see you guys next time. Hasta luego. Ciao.